You find yourselves on the evening of 20 Marpanoth, the late night of the first day of the final 10 day of the month. You have a long night ahead of you. But finally, rest. Arsinoe St. Cyr, you sleep restlessly in the corner. Your companions have set a watch order. That order is Julienne, then Kaysen. Rain requires less sleep and plans a long watch in the middle of the night, taking a reverie. Sporgle takes the fourth watch, and Tilda plans to catch a sunrise. That means Kaysen, Rain, Sporgle, Tilda, you join Noe in being currently asleep. Julienne, you are currently awake. Is the party ready? Okay. One moment. The room shakes. You find yourself in the basement of Castle Obarskir. This dream has recurred for your entire life. Conversations with your mom and your older brother have unlocked new details within it. A postcard from Castle Obarskir a few years ago helped complete the picture. You know what the scene looked like, even. High stone walls protecting the dynasty of the country, the great dream of the past. Queen Alusair Obarskir. A landed military elite, knights in service to the crown, as an upper echelon of society. And for your father, Tilda, a dream of bringing your family into that crust. And he is down here with you in the basement. His armor is purple and silver, Tilda. On the left side of his breastplate, his name, your name, is embossed. Lochlauren. He takes off his helmet and sets it down on the stone floor beside him. Hey, kiddo. I was loyal to my country, and that brought me down here to this place. Up above us right now, Spanbauer and his men are up there hunting the royal family. And you hear it, Tilda, the sound from up above of a door being broken down. You hear the clangs of metal on metal and cries of pain. And they will come down those stairs and find me. I never stood a chance. But we have a few minutes. How was your birthday, Tilds?
It was so good. You would have loved it. All my new friends sat around a campfire. Well, not really a campfire, but you understand. I know you don't have a lot of time, but they're so amazing and wonderful. And they all got me something. They all remembered my birthday. And I know you would have remembered my birthday if you were here too, Dad. I have your sword still. It reminds me of you. I wish I could be as good of a sword fighter as you. I wish you were here to teach me.
He looks at his hip where his sword currently is. He takes it out, unsheathing it, and offers it to you. It's funny that someday you'll have this. It's amazing how things can travel across the continent.
It
You,
looks so much bigger when you take it off your hip than in my sash.
you used to be
How did
short.
you learn this?
How did I learn to wield this sword, Tilda?
No, how to stand here and accept your fate like this.
What else can we do? I died in the service of something. I didn't die for no reason, Tilda. I knew it was coming, as we do right now. I could run. There are stairs right there. We could go down, couldn't we? But we don't.
Why not?
He tilts his head and looks at you. There's no simple answer, Tilda. He smiles, reaches out, and touches your cheek. Why
Wish
indeed?
you could be with us.
What did you say?
I said, I wish you could be with us. I understand this was important, but
I wish I could be there too. A difficult decision for anybody, giving your life knowing that your family is far away and will be waiting for you. Could you do the same thing if you had to? Are you also holding stairs somewhere? Are you right now doing the same thing that I died doing?
I wish the answer was yes. I want it to be yes with all my heart, but I don't know if it's in there. I'm scared. I'm outmatched. I wish I was better. I wish I knew more. I wish I spent more time learning. And I don't have no Barskir dynasty to defend. Just mom and my brother. And boy, could he use you.
Isn't that better off? Instead of dying defending a royal family that wouldn't know me if they saw me, perhaps if you're lucky, you get the same opportunity for your family. For
Why don't you
my,
come with me? Why don't you just. It's okay. You could just come with me this time. We can change it. It's not a problem.
he smiles weakly at you, Tilda. You know that's not how this goes. And I know that you can't watch. You can close your eyes. Are you ready for this to end?
I'm going to grab him by the wrist
You
and
do so.
futilely try and drag somebody who's a foot taller than me and 100 pounds heavier than me in plate armor down the stairs.
His armor clanks. He doesn't move an inch. Please don't make this harder than it has to be, Tilda. You know what
It is
happens.
harder than it has to be. You made it harder than it has to be.
I made a choice. Can you forgive me?
I just hope I can live up to you, but you're not telling me what I have to live up to.
From above, you can hear the sounds of combat getting closer, clangs on clangs, the sound of people being cut down. Tilda, it's simple. You have to find your stairs, the thing that you would die defending. Surely it exists out there. Isn't that why you keep coming back to this dream?
I wish I knew you. I wish I knew you better. And this dream of you is so amazing. And it's all that I have. And it's unfair of you to ask me to let it go. I can't let it go. I don't have my own stairs yet. And I don't know if I ever will.
You hear people clomping down the staircase.
Can I help you one of these times?
I already made this decision, Tilda. Please close your eyes.
I will attempt to refuse to, and I imagine tears will well up in my eyes,
They do.
eventually obscuring my vision. Functionally the same.
You do so. Julianne, you are taking the first watch, and you see Tilda's eye twitch in her sleep. You study a bit of the entrance to the cave, not daring to go too deep and leave your companions unguarded. From inside the cave, you hear something peculiar, Julianne. A faint chanting, a single voice, guttural and old. It sounds deep and far, suggesting the length of this cave system. You had always heard that mineral springs expanded for miles underground, and you were getting a sense of how true that must be. The voice is distant, but you can still discern it, Julianne, a single voice chanting, Ganadur, Ustanith Iblith. And one more time, Ganadur, Ustanith Iblith. And another sound follows, Julianne, echoing through the deep tunnels of the cavern, something wet being birthed onto the cave floor. The sharp smell of vinegar follows, wafting up from the deep, and the cave goes quiet. The action is with you, Julianne. Awaken Kaysen whenever you are prepared for your watch to end.
Well, first, do I recognize the language? The chant?
Roll history.
The pattern, I suppose?
Pattern. How about this? Would you prefer to... How about a history check, or... Did you already roll it? You already rolled it. What is it?
This is only a 9.
Only a 9. Iblith. That sounds familiar. Sounds like an insult you've heard someone say recently. Someone around you has used that word, but you can't quite place it.
Can I make an inference?
Of course.
I want to feel like that the drow that was at the bar said Iblith a few times. If that's the case, that would pique my curiosity a little bit. I guess the first thing is, has Willoughby returned by chance?
Not yet.
Very well. Okay. During her watch, she'll spend some time at the desk with her alchemy supplies, just topping off on what she does have. She is unfortunately traveling a little light because, well, she's in town. She lives in town, and she didn't think that, well, we're going to be stuck in a cave for the evening, among other things, so kind of caught her off guard, so not as much available. However, I would say after, well, how long into the watch would you say that chanting was heard?
Perhaps an hour into your 2-hour watch.
Okay. So that would give her plenty of time for her prep, among other things. So while she's just tinkering at that time is when she would hear the chants. That would pique her curiosity, and she would probably... No, she will go to the edge of the cabin we're at now and kind of peer around the corners.
Roll perception.
Does passive perception help at all?
No. An active perception check.
It's a big old crit. So 22.
A 20 on die and a 22.
Mm-hmm.
With your natural 20, you carefully look around the corner. You are able to shroud yourself in the shadows cast by the top of the cave, and you see something in the reflection of the water. Very subtle, Julianne, but you don't miss it. Something amber-colored, moving. There's something moving in the cave for sure. It looks like the color of an egg yolk.
Egg yolk. Based on the reflection in the water, can I get an estimate of the size and how fast, if it's moving or if it's just kind of just like slowly meandering?
It's large,
Hmm.
and it seems to be moving almost as a part of its, as if this thing can't sit still. It's like it's perpetually in motion, almost like a kaleidoscope. It seems to constantly be moving, and you see little bits of reflected color, like there's something moving from inside of this thing.
It'd be nice if Willoughby was here. Stupid bird. Okay, can I try to throw the light vial around the corner just to see if I can get a better identification on it, I suppose? Because I imagine the only light available to me at the moment is what is showing up from the glow shrooms that are scattered about the floor.
That's exactly right. There is a minor bit of illumination cast by the bioluminescent mushrooms. However, artificial light may give you a little bit more insight into what's down there. Tossing this thing could alert something. There's certainly some trade-offs that you turn over in your mind.
Okay, let me ask this then. How fast is this water flowing? And is it flowing into the cave or out?
It is flowing out of the cave down toward the star water. This exits an underground spring and flows out the mouth of the cave. As you study the water, you notice how clear this water seems, Julianne. And as to its speed, it's moving rather quickly. This is being expelled from a narrow underground channel, and the riverbed is small and narrow.
Okay, because my initial thought was have the water carry the vial inward, but that is not the case. So I will have to gingerly toss it alongside the wall to soften the impact, I suppose. Maybe have it land on a mushroom, or try to have it land in a patch of mushrooms of sorts.
Would you mind pinging where you'd like the glow vial to land?
I think from the safety of where she's at, probably be probably around here. So that way she doesn't expose herself, and that still gives her line of sight around the corner.
Noted. Using your glow vial, you toss it low. And now you can see a few more things down this hallway, can't you? You can see that this corridor goes far back to the east, and there's a northern branch here where it splits off. You see the movement seems like it's coming from the northern branch. You can see it reflected in the water. Something is definitely there, moving perpetually. Oops.
Okay.
It smells vaguely acidic.
Okay. As much as curiosity is going to get the better of her, the smell is probably throwing her off. So Julian will retreat back to the camp a little bit, but she will leave her light vial to keep the hall illuminated.
Noted. You do so.
Who is next on watch? Rain.
That would be me.
Okay. Julian will wake up Rain. At least briefly. Do Do you know of anything that squishes around and smells of vinegar?
Vinegar?
Yes.
No, it's vinegar. That smells like vinegar.
Yes, but vinegar doesn't slosh around. I mean, it does, but not frantically. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is there's something. It seems like to be meandering further into the cave.
Yes, we know there was at least one other one in the cave, yes. Well, I'm sorry, are we in danger?
No, but I figured you'd be as curious as I would be.
I'm truly more tired than worried. If it's not stabbing us, wake me later.
Fine.
Rain will tussle over to the side.
Well, that was a bust. I figured he would be more interested. They are tired. I'd rather not interrupt them. Okay, let me. Let's just see if we can get a closer look then. I think I can probably safely use the sound of the water to just kind of slowly move alongside and move up to just see if I can get any more sight.
Roll stealth.
No stealth. So I imagine trying to slosh over the water would probably make some noises throughout the cavern.
You do so. As you step over the water, you slip just a bit, and the back of your heel connects with the stream. It makes a loud splashing sound.
So much for that. Okay. Is there any change in the inner part of the cave?
Not that you can see. The water flows past your feet. The bioluminescent mushrooms pleasantly add a bit of color.
Okay, I guess at this point, I'd like to try. Can I safely pick up the vial?
You can.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to toss it a little further in that case.
Ping where you'd like it to go.
Probably at this corner with the mushrooms.
Noted. It lands with a little tinkle and a bit of silt, and you can see a bit more of the cave.
Okay, I guess the last thing is, has anything changed in the pattern of the noises or anything like that? Or can the reflection still be caught? Has the pattern become more erratic? The sounds changed at all?
You haven't seen anything in the water since you initially saw it. You can infer based off of that whatever's in there must be moving around. There must be some measure of activity. It must be moving in and around, or perhaps somehow it's interacting with the 3D space in the corridor, because you're unable to locate its reflection at this exact moment.
Okay. In that case, she had. If I don't have line of sight on it, even through the reflection at all, she's going to move back and just, because she has the. I had the light in a good position. It can hold for a little while, and I can just kind of keep an eye on the corridor until the next person wakes up from the watch, and maybe we can decide to do something from there. But at the moment, I've alerted myself, and I have at least vision into that part of the cave. That should be enough.
You spend some time studying the corridor, watching to see if anything emerges from the cave. And so far, you've seen nothing, and it seems like 2 hours have probably passed.
Okay. Julian will hold position here until the next person who wakes up for watch will come down to the cave and and find her. She does not want to potentially have something sneak through.
Should I roll a check or something to see if I can wake up on my own?
You know, Julian, that it is ordinary for a watchword to you get the person up. You are the alarm system. You awaken the next person, and then they go to sleep. They would never wake up of their own volition.
Fair enough. Okay. Okay, I'll attempt to get over the water again, and I'll make my way back up to the watch.
You pass over a Rain who is now facing the wall, and a Sporgle who is sleeping restlessly. Kaysen is curled up by the fire. He seems to be asleep.
I don't know if you saw that headset died.
Oh, I see. I did not see that. I will infer while Sarah is figuring her headset, I think she was about to wake you up, Kaysen.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe there was something that she wanted to say to
say to
me
you.
before she went to sleep, or wait.
Precisely, yes. I have some handoff instructions, but I think you should be preparing to wake up.
Mulling things over in my head. I have not been this. My heart has not pounded this much since the first session. It's a very edge of your seat session. It's very good.
Welcome back, Sarah. And thank you, Ari.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I think my headset actually died, so...
You step over a Sporgle who is sleeping restlessly. You see Rain is facing the wall now. You stumble upon a Kaysen who is sleeping by the fire.
Okay. Usually, I'll walk over and just give Kaysen a light couple taps with the front of my boot. Kid.
Kaysen is a pretty light sleeper, so he wakes up somewhat easily. He's curled up in a little ball shape, almost like a dog. He's curled up like a little cashew. He wakes up and just kind of blinks for a minute, not realizing where he is.
You with us?
Yeah, am now. Is there something going on? Is that your light around the corner?
It is, yes. So I've heard some noises and I've been keeping an eye on the corridor. Squishy noises. Smells like vinegar. Not sure what it is. Kaysen wasn't interested. Or not Kaysen. Sorry. Rain wasn't interested. So it's your turn to keep an eye on it.
I am more familiar with forest creatures than cave creatures, so I'm not sure what would smell like vinegar. Have you heard anything from outside the cave, off to our right?
No, my only concern is inside the cave.
Interesting. Well, I hope you sleep well, and hope your head feels better when you wake up after that bonk earlier.
Thank you. I'm doing well. I'm fine. But just be careful. Don't stray too far. If anything starts moving, whistle as loud as you can.
He's gonna put his fingers to his lips and like very quietly like practice and see if he remembers how to whistle. No sound comes out, so he's just gonna resolve to yell if he hears something. So I'm gonna go sit kind of over here to where I could see just slightly off to the side, but it couldn't quite be seen from too far away, so I'm just gonna go sit sort of in this spot. How big is this room? Okay. I just like want to see how big the area is.
And Kason,
Actually,
go
with
ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say with my dark vision, can I, if I peer around the corner, can I see a little further down this, at least down the east straightaway?
You can see that the east straightaway ends in a pool. You can see little reflections, shimmers of water. It must be almost a underground pond or something to that effect at the end of this corridor.
And it's just pretty still over there.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that.
And you, while you are on watch, you have a long moment where you prepare yourself for something. You have considered your next action carefully, using divine sense to reach out and sense evil. Your nose quivers for a little moment, and you reach out to smell something. And it comes. You concentrate and use your divine sense. Your brain floods with images of a great copper mining complex in the shape of a heart. You can see hundreds of miners clad in red, innumerate, all working at the same time. And then the smell overwhelms you. The sooty, burning smell of oily mining lamps. The bloody, sharp smell of copper ores. Something evil lurks near you, breathing the same air you are. Something is drawing blood out. The little miners are working hard. You can see red liquid pooling in the lowest spots of the mine. Evil is here with you, Kason, cracking Toril for her lifeblood. A vampire, somewhere close. The picks sound like blacksmiths at work on the brazier. One of the miners wrests forth a chunk of shiny copper with the head of his pick and grins wolfishly as he heaves it into a cart. The entire mine pulses. Kason, you sense evil all around you, like a black cloak cut for your shoulders. The action's with you.
Okay, I was wondering when you said a map for a spell, what in the world that
Just-
was going to look like. Okay, still processing and unpacking all of that. So I sensed this as like a literal physical thing.
Yes. You draw in a breath and you are struck by the sensation of something evil all around you.
Is the sense that I got of that mine, is that overpowering enough to I guess sort of drown out any sense that I might get from anyone in this room, or did everyone in this room basically read as clear to me?
It is unclear. You have the taste that someone has ashed a cigar onto your tongue. It's difficult to tell whose cigar it was.
Okay. So I will probably recast that at some point when I'm not in this place. But for now, I'm just gonna mull over that very odd information and just sort of think on that. I don't think, other than that, I'll do all that much on my watch. I'll probably have like a little notebook or something. Oh, David, you missed that. Oh my god. Um, I think I'll probably just have like a little notebook out and just sort of take some notes, just more for the sake of keeping my hands busy so that I can focus more on watch, but not really doing anything all that involved, just kind of checking on stuff in my pack. Um,
You do so, and you notice something. While you were sketching in your notebook, you see Sporgle's entire body twitch. One moment. Flatro, close your eyes and keep them closed. You wake up with a headache and a bump on your skull to match. Your vision swims, Sporgle. You find yourself in a stone room, a holding cell. You find yourself waiting for something, and you set your head down and wait. Can the rest of the party please read Chult Chat on Discord and follow the instructions? Sporgle, you hear a low voice. Ah, it's Chief Gradunk.
Am I keeping my eyes closed still?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
If you beat Maze, I call you a cheater. If you fail, I say you're not good enough. Sporgle is stupid. We used to have math puzzles for this kind of thing, Sporgle. Now we have Tiger instead. More fun, I think. You hear the sounds of footsteps and people moving up above you. You're certain that you're still waiting for something, someone.
Am I like blindfolded or something?
Only out of character. You'll be back in full Sporgle vision mode very soon.
Understood.
There's just a bit of, how do I put this? The goblins are putting their costumes on.
Okay.
There's the goblins are backstage.
There's pageantry going on. I'm here for it.
Good.
oh, this is gonna be so good.
You hear people shuffling in above you, Sporgle. From above you, the bleachers fill. Open your eyes, Latrodectus. A little goblin face pulls up and away. The goblin chief has his arms spread wide as he addresses the crowd. My Gradunkians, today we have show. Sporgle of the many problems will not be our problems no longer. Sporgle have 1 minute to master maze. Sporgle, it is your turn. You have 10 turns to navigate the maze.
I see. Okay, I have 10 turns. I have the dash action, I assume.
You do. You have all of your normal daytime abilities, so to speak. You can see where you are right now. Chief Gradunk is directly above you, sneering down at you. You know how the maze works. Go out the north gate, come in the south gate. Navigate the maze. I'm told there's a tiger. I'm sure you'll be fine, Sporgle.
No tiger can match Sporgle.
Agreed. Turn 1.
All right, turn 1. I'm gonna dash. I'm headed north, I assume.
You instinctively know this, little goblin of the maze.
So on a dash, I go 50, 50. There we go.
You take your first turn. You can see down this central hallway. The ground is muddy. Roots are growing up through the soil. You hear goblins behind you clapping and cheering.
And
Turn
now
2.
I have to make a call here. Do I notice anything in the ground? Obviously, like footprints, paw prints, something that might give me. Sporgle's very instinctual. Can I make a roll to see instinctively? Does one area seem like a bad idea?
You can roll investigation. You are looking for footprints. You are seeing paw prints, footprints, prior maze entrance.
That would have been a 21.
A 21. You see paw prints at the end of this hallway. You see footprints leading down the left and the right initial turns here.
So I've seen footprints go left and right, but neither of these seems like none of them screams danger to me.
That is correct. You may move and then look. Take half of your movement and then look. You hear Chief Craddock's voice, 54 seconds, Sporgle!
So I'll dash again then.
You do so.
So we'll go 20 feet here.
Noted. Looking down this
And I'll
hallway,
look down there. Oh, no, no, no.
you see spikes.
I see. Okay.
It's a spike
doesn't
trap
seem
set
good.
down into the floor.
I'll take, what do I have, 50? So I'll take another 4 squares for 20 feet right there and look down to the right.
Looks like a dead end, but there's a right and a left. There's also a net in the middle there that looks like it would be easy to get snared in.
Okay, and as I look north, is anything more revealed to me about that area?
You see paw prints in the mud.
Ooh. Going north?
Correct. It looks like whatever it is has been walking in circles here for quite some time.
Interesting. I will head. Well, let's see, 1 more, 2 more. Yeah, right there. I will head east is a direction.
You do so. Turn 2 ends. Turn 3 begins.
I will dash again. Okay, so we're talking goblin, so Sporgle does not sound the way he does when he tries to speak common. And he's gonna be like, "Oh, really, brah? I don't see your ass down here in the pit, huh?"
That's the Sporgle!
All good goblins go right. So hard are those spikes.
He already lost.
Jeez, just jump over them. Jump, Sporgle, jump!
Sporgle's gonna show them all.
Dibs on Sporgle stuff!
It appears that there are dibs on your stuff. You do realize that perhaps you could, as you hear goblins heckle you and tell you that you could jump over things, that seems possible.
No, I definitely think that's possible.
Remains
But we
turn
are
3.
going to head this way, though. I'm going to. How many is it? Yeah, I get there, I believe, with a dash.
You realize there is a net just in front of you. It should be fairly easy to traverse as long as you don't get stuck in it. You really have to walk through it, and who knows what a muddy net might catch if you dredge your ankle through all of this. From behind you, Sporgle, you hear something growling.
Fluffy, go Fluffy!
Is that this turn over?
That is turn 3. It's now turn 4.
Okay, I will try to get past the net.
Make a dexterity saving throw. Any special instructions?
Would this count as a trap?
It does count as a trap.
Excellent.
If Fluffy catches him, I'm not cleaning her teeth.
Okay, so one of those is a natural 20.
A natural 20. You easily traverse the net. In fact, you gain 10 points of movement
Oh, hell yeah.
from your dexterous natural 20. You can see a little bit around you, too. Above you, you see the palm trees swaying in the breeze.
Oh, okay, okay. Sporgle is going to choose to go south for sure. So I got 10 points. Oh no. So I got an extra 10 points. So 10 points there, and I think I end up there.
Sporgle, you hear a chuffing sound. Something is following your scent. It's turn 5, Sporgle.
What would I see to my east?
Oh, yes, you can see to your east now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sportle's gonna dash again.
Get on with it!
Ooh, from here, can I peek around the corner either north or south to see more?
You can peek around either, both. You look around quickly, furtively. Time is passing quickly.
Sporgle is going to try and jump to the south.
Make an athletics check.
Spike!
16.
You take a running leap and easily clear the spike trap. As you fly over it, you realize that falling down on one of these things would almost certainly be lethal.
Some food in the spikes encourage him to go in.
Sporgle, you hear the sound of an angry tiger getting caught in a net.
Sporgle laughs.
It is,
And I think I get 2 more right there.
it is turn 6. You can see a little bit around the corner.
I'll dash again, and I will take 20 movement right there.
You see a dead end.
All right, I'll approach those completely inconspicuous leaves right there.
You spot something. This trap could have been extremely destructive if you had simply walked right over it, but you see it quite easily. There's
Yeah.
leaves covering a pit here. Inside the pit, you see spikes pointed upward.
Yeah, we use these on adventurers all the time. Sporgle is fucking like Sporgle is a bit annoyed that they would try this on another goblin. Like this is the kind of shit biggies fall for, okay?
It remains turn 6 by my reckoning. You still have some movement.
I have one more square. I assume that's not enough to try and jump this.
I think it is enough to try to jump this, and you will do this athletics check at advantage because you saw it.
Okay, all right then. Another nat 20.
You easily clear this. You jump over, feeling a bit empowered by the fact that you saw this trap that only a biggie could fall for. You see this, jump over it, and keep moving.
Excellent.
I hate to admit it, but he's pretty good.
I worked so hard setting up that trap.
Turn 7.
Turn 7. Okay, we will dash again. How far does that get me? Okay, so this is 30. How far down can I see there?
You can see like that.
Ooh. Okay, so I get 20 more, so 4 more squares. There we go.
You hear something that sounds angry and chompy down this hallway. Turn 7 becomes turn 8.
All right. I will dash again. I will get to here and have a look around.
Make a stealth check.
You got it.
There's a crocolisk angrily wallowing in the mud. It looks like it can't wait to bite something, including you.
Okay, 10 plus what? 6 makes 16.
Okay, one moment, rolling his perception.
Old Lockjaw needs a stretch.
The crocolisk chomps at the air. It doesn't seem to see you. It seems extremely aggravated.
All right, and to my north.
To your north, there is a little alcove.
Okay, so those are both dead ends. What did I do? 4, which is 20. So I get up to the spike trap with 25. So I've got 5 more feet of movement left. So I am going to try and jump that right there.
Make the athletics check.
Four.
One moment. You try to jump over, but spear your left foot directly down onto one of the spikes. Blood oozes out from your foot. It's unbearably painful. You lose the rest of this turn. You're on the spike trap now. It's turn 9.
Take back what I said.
Fucking rude.
If you wish to wrest your foot out of the spike trap, make a Constitution saving throw.
Just leave your foot there.
11.
With a horrifying squelch, you pull your foot free. You lose half your movement. It's turn 9.
Okay. So, do I still have my dash?
You still have your dash. So you essentially just have
Okay.
a normal move.
A normal turn. So I would go 1, and then... So that's 1, and then 4 more. Right? Oh, 1 more. Okay.
As Sporgle rounds the front, can I throw a homemade mud pie at him?
You can. Sporgle.
Uh-huh.
Something horrible flies just past your head and splats into the wall. It's the beginning of turn 10. Your foot is bleeding horribly. Who knows what you've stepped in? You hear a crocolisk and a tiger angrily gnashing on the other side of these walls.
Sporgle dashes through.
You do so.
What I assume is the finish line?
Chief Gradunk throws 2 apples up in the air in frustration. There's no way. Sporgle is clever? No!
I lost 6 wishbones on him.
Sporgle,
Yeah.
you can choose to gain 1 dexterity or 1 intelligence permanently.
Ooh.
1 dex for sure.
You do so and fall back asleep. Kaysen, on your watch, you see Sporgle twitch in his sleep. It remains your watch and your turn.
Has there been any change in the ambient squelching and slooshing sounds?
You listen to hear this. The only reason you're even attuned to it is because Julianne mentioned before she went to sleep that this is something that you should be keeping an eye out for. And you do. Every once in a while, it sounds like you hear something squelching along. Like a gelatinous cube, maybe?
Right. As long as it's vibing over there, I'll leave that be. Um, I will just kind of quietly sort of tiptoe back over into the main area of the room and look around and just make sure that everybody is looks like they're sleeping at least somewhat okay and that no one's like condition or anything is worsening in their sleep and just check on everyone.
From what you can tell, no one seems worse for wear. The person you'd be next up to get for watch is Rain, who is currently asleep facing the wall after Julianne woke him up a bit earlier in the night.
I will quietly untie my just like little orange wrap that I had donated for the decorations and just neatly fold that up before I forget about it, which I wouldn't, but just in case. And I'll go move that back over to my bedroll. I think that's just about everything. Since elves only need 4 hours of sleep, he'll probably be up for a little bit at some other point in the night, but nothing else consequential. So he will go over to Rain on this side and give Rain a little shake.
Not the vinegar again.
The vinegar is still just splurging along in the next corridor, but it is unfortunately watch time.
Morning. Rain will shimmy out of whatever bedroll they had acclimated themselves into, and I hope your sleep is better than mine.
See what kind of dreams I have in a cave. I figure they'll be weird ones. Well, good luck.
I kept drinking vinegar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kaysen, you find that sleep comes quickly. Rain, for the first time today, since you got on the boat with Steeltoe, you are alone with your thoughts. And Rain, a stone for an eye is more than many could bear. Rain, your weakness has always been that you care. Onyx and smooth, seeing what you shall unearth. Merely birthdays and games, just youth and mirth. Let us hearken back to a time not long in your past. The reflection in those mirrors was not meant to last. The deeds of your past are not worthy of re-litigation. Now your trials will be these deeds of your own creation. 700 pounds of saltpeter calling your name. North on the road, waiting, the druids of the flame. And if this world were to burn like a furnace, I would want the chimney to sing your name, Rain. And your consciousness slips just a little bit into a pleasant reverie, and you find yourself dreaming. Rain, you and Dez are sitting at the edge of a fire pit. His feet are on the fire-warmed stones, and he looks over at you with the ease of a true friend. The collar of his tunic is spread, and the fire adds a golden color that always seems to be missing from his complexion. You saved my life, Rain. I wish I had more to offer you. Tomorrow morning you are off to Evening Star. And before you go, look into the fire with me. And you can see it, Rain. In the depths of the coals, there are 2 crossed logs that the fire has taken crescent-shaped bites out of. In the middle, there is a little burning spherical coal. And as your eyes focus on it, you can see them, Rain. Great orange flowers, petals 2 miles wide, rising from its crust. A red, crackling field of endless liliums. The licking orange of flame-like daylilies rising over fields of waving lantanas the color of the sun. The fire crackles, and you realize that Dez is staring at the same coal that you are. You can see it too. And the action is with you, Rain. You may stand up from this fire whenever you are ready to exit your trance. But for now, you and Dez enjoy the warmth.
Rain will sidle up to Dez, mostly keeping his eyes transfixed on this glorious sight, really. You didn't... You gave me so fucking much in exchange for a life. An unlife? It's... You know what's funny?
What's that, my friend?
You'd think if you lost an eye, you'd lose the ability to cry. He wipes a tear from the prosthetic. It worries me in some days, but...
Rain, I think you and me, we could find a way to cry no matter what the circumstances.
Tell me about it. He'll nudge him with his elbow.
He smiles at you.
You think that's what we're gonna have, then? He'll motion towards the burning pit.
It's what I dream of. It's why I invited you in on this. Don't you see? Can't you imagine a future that's better than what we have? It's not hard, is it?
Anything would be better than this.
That's exactly right.
I want them to see it, too.
Me too, my friend. I know exactly what you mean. I want them to see it. That's exactly right. Anyone who ever doubted you, anyone who ever looked down upon you, anyone who's not us.
No, Daz, I don't think you... I have those I care about. I want them to see it. He couldn't. Rain will palm a little crystalline trinket, as if to suggest who he's talking to.
Your brother?
I don't want... Yes, my fucking Aileron, Lorne, whoever. I want them to see it, the kids. So they're at their ends.
You want a better life for everybody you've ever cared about. This is the most natural thing in the entire world. If you press anybody to the fire, that's what they actually want. It's that simple. That's what I'm offering you. And everybody, really, but mostly you.
Just put them to the fire, then.
That's exactly right. We just have to put them to the fire.
Rain's eyes will part from Dez's briefly and hover over the coal. He dreams within a dream. Two little kids dancing in a orange field of flowers. Yeah. To the fire, then. Ashes to ashes, Dez.
What was the last thing you said?
I'm sorry. Ashes to ashes, Dez.
That's exactly right, my friend. His arm reaches out to clap your back. A fraternal, brotherly gesture. Someone who seeks to share his mission and his life with you. Ashes to ashes.
Just put them to the fire. He'll place his hand on his back in kind. Thank you, Dez.
He wordlessly nods. It's not necessary, but I'm glad you're coming along on this journey.
Rain will soak it in for as long as meditation will allow him.
You do so. soaking it in. While you are meditating, you see Julianne twitch in her sleep. One moment. Sarah, close your eyes. You find yourself in your laboratory. You know where you are. This is a memory. This is a fresh wound, barely 2 weeks old. This patient has a recurring appointment that falls on the 2nd of every month. That makes this about 2.5 weeks ago. You, Sarah, have been reliving this moment since it happened. It has kept you up at night. It finds you when you should be daydreaming. It wiggles into your thoughts, and before you know it, you are arguing once again, this nasty little splinter. Until you pull it out, your mind will trace its path through your flesh. Open your eyes, Sarah. You find yourself in a green room, the examination room in your laboratory. Sitting on your table shirtless is Laird St. Cyr. He is thinner than the last time you saw him. His straight blonde hair sits on lean shoulders as he looks away from you. His scapula are asymmetrically twisted behind him. The room is full with the sound of his deep and slow breaths. So I understand why you would hesitate, Julianne. The arcane elixir that I propose would worsen my condition. A shorter lifespan in exchange for virtually unlimited power. He turns and looks at you, Julianne. The elixir he proposes is designed to kick down the walls and bulkheads of his brain, increasing the bandwidth by which he can access the weave, enlarging the aperture of his mind. It will also rapidly degrade him, giving him months to live. And Laird turns and looks at you, and I know of no one that I can trust to do this except for you. This is not a magical project, but a scientific one. What we need must cross the blood-brain barrier. The purest water as a base, and acid to get the metal in solution. A metal, pure mithril. He looks at you in profile, and his arm twitches as he looks over his elegantly craned neck. Will you do this for me, Julianne? The action is with you, and you may dismiss your patient at any time.
You realize what you're asking of me, correct? And were you not just lounging about and reminiscing about your child just mere moments ago?
I was. But my child will not have a world to live in. My children won't have a world to live in unless I'm able to protect them.
Why does it have to be you?
Who else would it be? In this town, it's you, me, or Ed. Who else can I trust?
Yes, I deeply understand this. I do, but you understand the moment you're gone, and if you don't solve the problem, it's on us. And I don't think you understand. If we could just cure you instead of just getting rid of it all, we can do so much more over the long term. I know I've mentioned my other research. I'm on the brink of many discoveries. If you can just hold out.
You have, Julianne. Please, go ahead.
I will research your project, but I will not administer it to you immediately. I at least ask you to give me time.
I can't argue with that. If your ethics prevents you from developing such a thing, if you would prefer to seek a cause, a curative, rather than something that would cause further magic potentiation and further trouble, I cannot stop you. I come here begging you for your help. And if you tell me that a cure would do more for me, then unfortunately my life is in your hands. I'm forced to trust you.
Laird, you understand I would do anything to help you. And both of these things can be researched in parallel. I'm sure you know this as well. While one thing brews, I can look into something else. We just need the ingredients, and I mean, if all else fails, fine. Sacrifice your life. Leave the burden of the future to us and your children. But I do wholeheartedly think that your stewardship and guidance, especially for your children, would do wonders if you were here longer. Sure, everybody doesn't mind having their. I'm sure they deeply mind having a parent as a martyr, a figure, a heroic figure, sacrificing for the greater good. But think of the long term. Sure, you may have already been on this world for a long time, and you've done all you could. And maybe you think you see the end of it, but your family still has a while to go.
He nods his head, looking down. You can see from behind a tear rolling down his cheek as he thinks of his children. You're right, Julian. My family needs me. If you think that you can cure me, I have to trust you. I have to trust that what you're saying is the right thing.
At the very least, entertain my need to look into other avenues before going the whole self-sacrificial route, if you don't mind. You know how much I detest that type of personality.
I imagine by the end of this, you won't be the only Evening Star that detests things about me. But I do trust you. If you need time, I will give you what we have. But I have fear. Go ahead, please.
Sorry to interrupt you, Laird, but I will never detest you, and neither will the town. Your actions are meaningful. We understand why you would do it. I just think it's reckless. And I think in your desperation, you're not thinking of the long term. Just take some time. Think. Rest. Let me do what I can for both avenues. If push comes to shove and desperation hits its peak, fine, I'll administer the elixir. If it is done. But that is an absolute last resort. Because in the end, yes, protecting your children does matter, but I think you should still be around for longer. And plus, I don't want to deal with fucking Ed while you're gone, so I think that's going to be like the biggest problem on my plate, so.
Someone needs to keep him wrangled. I can't argue with that either.
Julian, if he doesn't keep him, I'm putting him in a cage.
Someone else may beat you to it. Julian, you're a good friend and a capable alchemist and a wonderful doctor. I think what you've done today far surpassed my expectations. Thank you. Your counsel is immeasurably valuable to me.
Anytime, Laird. I will do what I can. Just give me time. And I will give you what I can in the meantime to relieve your pain and keep you going. We just need to find the ingredients that we need. That is what we need. That's why I'm here. You know that.
He nods his head appreciatively, looking down.
So with that in mind, I know you are also a stubborn fool. What will you do? Will you give me time? Or will you still go your route? Ultimately, it's your decision.
I will give you time. I have no other choice. You have all of my options are tied up in you. You are truly setting my path. The first thing that you deliver to me will almost certainly be the path that I choose. If you bring me a curative, I suspect I will attempt to cure myself of this condition. If you bring me the arcane elixir, I will go out in a blaze of glory for my town. Ed will smile and you may frown.
You know how much You know how much I detest when he smiles. So at the very least, let me have my own personal satisfaction of one-upping that fool.
Make sure you deliver on it then, because there is nothing he would like more than to tell you that he was right the whole time.
I would never hear the end of it. Well, thank you, Laird. Thank you for your trust. Again, give me time. All I can do is give you these potions for now to keep you going. I'll check in with you every so many days. Don't hesitate to reach out or whistle for Willoughby. You know he's around.
I will, Julienne. Miss Willestride. Thank you.
Of course. Can you make it out on your own?
I can. And with a bit of a clumsy jump up, he gets up, and with great personal exhaustion, he manages to get his shirt back on over his torso and walk out of your office. And here on the Prime, Rain, you see Julienne twitching in her sleep. It remains your turn on your watch.
I do hate when I get poetic. Rain stares into the campfire. His mind is flitting between a few paths. How he's going to bring anyone here to some semblance of a better life. But an intrusive one, perhaps childish, he thinks as he glances over Julienne that he should wake her, if only briefly. He thinks better of it, but makes his way over to her pack. I believe during the birthday party there was a tea kettle used to produce some semblance of tea. And knowing that Rain is the last one on watch, or at least should be awake for a while, he'll set the tea kettle on the fire and place a little bit of lavender in the pot.
You do so. The smell of lavender pleasantly swirls around the campsite. You imagine that soon it'll be time for Sporgle's watch.
Rain will pull the chair from the desk to the front of the cave mouth entrance, circle back to where Sporgle is, and really, if my father knew that I was touching goblins, touching them. He will hesitantly put his hand on Sporgle's shoulder and gently try to wake him.
Sporgle grabs his hand,
Oh, fuck.
and his eyes shoot open, and he gives you a toothy smile that might give you the impression that this is not his first rodeo.
A gentle hand, a gentleman. Wake. It's watch time. There's tea in the kettle. You do know what tea is, right? Sweet water. Sweet water tastes good. Hot.
Pause. Sporgle is getting stuff out of his sack. He gets his bow, his kukri, some arrows, and then he takes his sack and he puts it under his bedroll. And then he takes like a rock and puts it on the pillow to make it look like there's someone laying there.
You'll surely fool Noah when she wakes up, that's for sure. I'm gonna go sit over there. You do goblin things.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Rain will skittishly move to the chair at the mouth of the cave.
Rain, you rest in a bit of a reverie, sitting on the chair near the mouth of the cave. Sporgle, you have to watch the party for 2 hours. Simple enough work. Throughout your 2-hour watch, Sporgle, you hear the caw of griffins outside, and venturing just close enough to the front of the cave to listen, you spend a few moments hearing the sky. The moon is hung high tonight and the night air is cool. You count no less than 4 distinct cries in the air. 4 griffin riders. That might be useful to know. The action's with you, Sporgle.
Sporgle will look for a place. About. Yeah. So Sporgle will plant himself here, so that he can see both ways in and out. He'll try to get in as far into the corner into a dark area as he can, so he might not be detected.
Roll stealth.
"12.
Using your 12, you wedge yourself into the corner here. You can see down the hallway where Julian's glow bulb still maintains a healthy glow around the corner there, which you can see on your map. You can see a little bit down there, and you can also, helpfully, you can watch the mouth of the cave, or at least the first bend through the mouth of the cave from this angle. You sit there in waiting, wondering if you will see anything.
Sporgle takes out his sharpening stone and begins sharpening his kukri.
You do so. In the cave, Kaysen, your leg twitches. One moment. Ariadne, close your eyes and keep them closed. You blink.
I'm so not ready for whatever you had planned.
You blink and you are in the Temple of Lathander once again. An old dream, a memory. Below you, the Lich has loosened his bindings and is shaking Toril with his anger. There is the groan of stone cracking, and the roof above you gives way. For a moment, 2 marble statues of the Morning Lord are load-bearing. Marble dust falls all around you. And your counterpart is here, Solaran of Lathander. The other paladin of Sylvan birth who has chosen the path of the dawn. It goes without saying what oath he eventually chose. In this memory, as he quickly strides toward you, squares himself up to face you, you know that the sun has kissed his shoulders. Open your eyes, Ariadne. Solaran takes a moment to fix his hair.
Oh, that's quite the token he made for him.
This is a disaster. We have to take the tome and leave. Over here. Looking over your shoulder, you can see the temple crumble but hold. The walls quiver, but the pride of Cormier's stonemasons barely maintains structural integrity. The temple is intact for now, but below you can hear an unholy, otherworldly moan as the ceiling shivers one last time. Solaran's golden hair catches a fine sheen of dust. Shrieks and uncertain cries ring out for a moment as everyone in the temple wonders what is transpiring. Get your sword out, Kaysen. The action is with you.
The action is with me, but you gotta give me a minute because I've been waiting for this. Okay. Jason will get his sword out without hesitating. The weight of it feels a little odd in his hands, as though he's used to using something else recently, but he's not quite aware enough of what's going on to put 2 and 2 together as to why it feels strange in his hand. He's going to follow closely and without questioning. Is this something that he would dream about? Is this something he's dreamed about often, or is this a new one?
This is a memory. This is something that has occurred. This is in your past. This is something that you can't help but relive. You remember the ceiling falling above you. You remember the way Solaran walked over to this Dawn Priest with his sword out and turned to you and said, "He has the tome. Let's go right now." And the Dawn Priest looks nervous. He says, looking up at the ceiling. This tome has the location of a legendary weapon. Why do you need this right now? Because our time has come. Move out of the way.
Is this something that what sort of discussions did we have before this, leading up to this, about this tome, or did we only discover it when we got here?
You have talked about the idea that something like this could exist, a legend that leads you toward a weapon of great power. The location of an artifact of the paladins of Lathander. The ceiling shifts for a moment, Kaysen. Dust comes down above you. As this occurs, Sauron grabs the Dawn Priest's collar and shoves him into the wall. Kaysen, get the tome.
Oh, can't see myself. I might try and find a spot to put myself. I will go over and apologize as I am attempting to wrest the tome out of this person's hand. I feel slightly conflicted as I'm conflicted between two drives of this temple is collapsing and I want to try to help the people in here escape. I don't feel like I want to be in conflict with people of my own faith, but at the same time, I have this feeling of like this is my mentor. It's like I mentor in many things, and I would not and could not question or go against anything that he asked of me. So I'm doing this reluctantly, and it almost feels like as I am following this request, it plants like a small splinter in me.
Sauron shoves the Dawn Priest into the chair in the corner. He sees your hesitation and looks behind you. Come on.
Are you sure we're doing the right thing?
He seems to
We can't just leave them here.
He seems to purposefully ignore your question, striding out quickly. You sense general panic in the air.
We're just gonna leave everyone like this?
These humans' little adventure is over. Come on, or you'll be joining them in this tomb.
Fine, but we have a lot to talk about when we get back.
I suspect we will. Could we take a fiver? Be back in a little bit. I'm back. Hi.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
Thank you.
I was trying to find a screenshot of
Everything is
Soul.
contained to this game. It is not. Please keep it in the game. Waiting on Joel Metro. Welcome back. Resuming. Kaysen, you find yourself exiting the Temple of Lathander, and you are suddenly on a sunny hill in southern Cormyr. The skies outside seem to know little of what's happening down below. You hear a bloody scream beside you, and you feel your mentor's hand on your shoulder. The humans don't know it yet, but this empire will fall. Ours will take its place. One elven empire united under the sun. We have to go to Mithranor. What they have awakened here, they will not put to sleep easily. Do you understand?
I understand, but it doesn't mean that I like it.
In that book is the final resting place of a human paladin. You're not going to like this part either. A mithril sword in her hand deserves an elven hand to carry it. We have spent too much time with humans. Lathander deserves a Sylvan champion.
I mean, in that case, it would be you, right? I mean, I, I'm barely an elf. A poor example of one.
Is that how you feel? You're barely an elf?
I, I've just never, I don't know, I've never really felt like I fit in with any elves but you, really. You and I guess my family when I was younger, but I don't know, it's hard to get behind a cause when I barely feel like I fit in with it anyways.
Your cause transcends their cause. Don't you see? I'm not asking you to be a champion of the elves. I'm asking you to be an elven champion of Lathander. I'm asking you to surpass what has currently been done with this domain of the dawn, of the sun, all this power. And for what? A temple here? Praising the sun? Little rituals? A legendary sword is less than 100 leagues from here. You and me can get this thing for us, for something larger. We don't need anybody else. If it's just you and me, that's all the cause I need. Now come.
Always. And as he says that, I feel like in this dream, he will have sort of just this moment of almost like a reflection, fourth wall break kind of moment of knowing that he at some point ended up alone with that tome, and somehow this went awry.
You take a moment to reflect in your dream. You realize that your counterpart is up ahead. He looks over his shoulder at you. He doesn't need to say a thing as you follow.
And that's sort of always how it has been, is following in his shadow, but Kaysen doesn't really mind. He sort of always felt like he's been chasing after two suns.
You have a moment to reflect on this as you see a rider coming down the road. A Dawn Guard. A paladin of Lathander. She approaches and looks between the two of you. The ward alarms were tripped. Do either of you know anything? Solaron, Kaysen?
I'm keeping my mouth shut, but it's painfully obvious that I know something, because Kaysen can't keep a secret for shit.
Your counterpart, your mentor, Solaron, steps in front of you. I'm sure it's nothing. Come, we can go together to make sure. Let me help you. He extends a hand and offers the Dawn Guard her hand. He helps her off her horse with his left hand. You see, with horror, that his right hand is still holding his sword. And when she slides out of the saddle, it's too late. Divine Smite. Solaron pulls the Dawn Guard directly into his waiting sword. His sword, impossibly sharp, slices through the Dawn Guard's armor and flesh like coffee cake. To your surprise, Lathander empowers the force of this blade, causing it to pulse with the power of the dawn to slay one of his own. Blood splatters across the field.
What?
There can only be a single sun in the sky. Do you understand? Get on her horse. We have to go. He shoves the Dawn Guard's body into the dirt.
How could you? She was a Lathander attacking us. You can't just do this. I can't do this.
You already have. Get on the horse.
We can't change what's already been done. But I can't go any further. Not down this road.
You make a critical choice. Solaron narrows his eyes. He puts his helmet on over his head and looks down at you. Kaysen, the next time we see each other, if you don't come with me, our roles will be very different. Is that something you're prepared for? You won't come with me. You'll walk your own path, knowing what that entails.
You're right. I need to walk my own path for once. And I need to figure out what my path is supposed to look like, what I want, what I was meant to do. And I know when I see you again, things will never be the same. But I hope we'll never find ourselves on opposite sides of something. And if we do, I would still never raise a sword to you. Fare thee well.
Fare thee well, Kaysen. He sheaths his sword, still bloody, and urges the horse onward. You are left alone with the bloodied corpse of the Dawnguard. Sporgle. You are on watch. Roll perception.
Dirty 20.
A dirty 20, you said? Sporgle, there is something flopping around in that tunnel. You can't see what it is. Was it a fish? Could have been. Hard to say. It's your turn.
Where did I see it?
Inside the cave.
Relative to my position, exactly.
To your east.
East. Sporgle grabs his bow.
You do
and
so.
He gets an arrow ready.
You knock an arrow.
Sporgle is going to be moving towards that direction.
You do so.
Do I smell anything?
You do. Roll history at advantage.
Comes out to 17.
It's a nasty, nasty slime. You know these. They keep them in the maze to scare adventurers. Could be one of many types, but something like that. A jelly, a slime, a cube. Some foul thing that you can see right through. Sporgle, you've never trust anything you can see through both sides of.
Mm-hmm. What is it doing? I'm sorry. I only smell it. I don't see it.
That's correct.
Do I know if these things like tend to be dormant and then they're like ambush predators, or do they scurry or move around and hunt?
They tend to be passive unless impelled forth by some type of animating force. They are extremely unintelligent. If anything, you know that they seek one simple thing: heat.
Okay.
They can't see, they can't smell, but they can detect thermal signatures.
Sporgle's gonna let that be for now, then, because technically, a slime somewhere down there means that if something else that could be more aggressive comes through that way, the slime will probably attack it, and there might be a scuffle. So that's like an early warning system. He sees that as a win. He's gonna go back to where he was.
The rest of your watch, Sporgle, comes uneventfully. Whenever you're prepared, wake up Tilda.
All right. Once Sporgle thinks it's time, he will move on back in. He'll first he will go to his little bed roll thing and put all of his stuff back in his sack. And then, how is Tilda sleeping?
She twitches in her sleep, naturally. But no snoring.
Okay. Is she like on her side, on her back?
She alternates, yeah. She moves around a bit.
Okay.
Not the quietest sleeper. Got a few thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Sporgle will just grab her by the shoulder and shake her gently.
I will let out a shriek. Ah!
Sportle anticipated this might happen, and he immediately covers your mouth. And he just shakes his head. Goes,
Is your mouth or is your hand sanitary? Would you say?
No.
yeah, I'm not thinking so.
I will shove you off of me and go. Sporgle, what the?
You watch.
Yeah. Okay. Just go anywhere.
Okay.
I'll look around. What is Rain doing?
You can see Rain is currently in the midst of doing something to a book. I imagine from that far away it would be difficult to tell.
I'm going to go back to my bedroll. Find my father's saber. And ceremonially put it on my hip. With a little bit of extra care. I don't really know what I'm doing, but it feels important. And I'll creep toward Rain.
You can see Rain is currently pressing, it seems, a slice of a blue mushroom into a little vellum book.
Rain?
Oh, you're awake. There's sweet water. Fuck. There's tea on the kettle.
Oh, okay. I'll walk back to where the kettle is. And I will pour some of it into a cup. Come back to Rain and hand it to him. Here you go.
Thank you. He'll replace the empty one at the seat of the chair. Did you at least sleep?
Somewhat. Rain,
Hmm.
did you ever find your staircase?
Sounds like you asked me some of the most opaque and draconic questions. I don't know what that means.
Never mind. So what's it like not having to sleep every night?
Well, a lot of my kind do a sort of meditation. I found that to be quite troubling. Brain moves too quickly at night. Can't really calm myself. Think to my elders is what they tell me. I try to emulate something more like what you do. Lay on your side, cover yourself in silks or grandmother's coat. Close your eyes and sleep. I don't think I'm doing something too terribly much different, just shorter.
So, are you very anxious then?
Sounds. I think the thin veneer of my affability should tell you that yes. Constantly anxious. Try not to show it to everyone.
I never really think of adults as anxious. You just always seem like you know where you're going and what you're doing.
It's so sweet of you to think me as an adult. But no, sometimes you just move your foot in front of the other one.
You've
go
seen
where it
so
leads
many
you.
more winters than me. Of course you're an adult.
Yes, and some of those are cooped up in a carriage.
And that doesn't sound so great.
Well, we always try to find the nicest place to stay during winter. I'm not going to say that I had the most troubling life. It was boring at times, yes.
I will say in Sylvan Rain, is it okay if we practice a little?
You've worked on your words, yes, of course. He'll slip directly into Sylvan.
It seems like knowing the language might be important right now.
Oh, yes, say it with me now. Please don't stab me. I'm a friend. I'm sure
I'll
that will go
say
over
it,
very
Sylvan.
well.
Let me try. Shoot the goblin first.
He's a good one.
Oh, I'm
Um,
mad at him right now. Don't ask.
Did he? I won't.
He is a bad alarm clock. I much prefer a rooster.
I think he'll have to do for now, though. You didn't try to knife you in your sleep or me. It's been pretty amiable so far. I got him to go up into a tree. I just told him it'd be the good idea, and there he was. Bow in hand.
I trust him. I don't see any reason not to. There's nothing wrong with goblins.
There's something bit of a trust for Goblin. But yes, I think it does fit.
Why not?
At the very least, I do think he is different.
From what? Me?
No, not from you. From normal goblin kind. The ones that flit about the countryside and stab at people as they're harvesting wheat. I don't think that's
Rain-
really up his alley.
Rain, in my world, I've never met a goblin, but I know elves all the time kill my kin.
We do.
I don't think it's him we should be afraid of.
I didn't think it is. What are you afraid of, Tilda? You charged headlong at squelching and the roar of a beast with your father's saber in hand. If that doesn't frighten you, what does?
What does? Never getting out of here. Never doing anything. Never becoming someone. Need to find something. Something to be. Somewhere to be.
I think your little... I think your little construction paper book would be a perfect fit for a wizened crone, casting spells out of it. I think that might be a path ahead of you, Tilda. What a sight it would be. An arc wizard. Handmade paper tome.
Arc Wizard Matilda Lochlauren. I like the sound of that.
Me too.
If I make a wizard tower, it's not going to be dull like all the other wizards. It'll be flowery, it'll be pretty. There's no point in having a tower like that. Who wants to live like that? So cold and uninviting. Who's going to visit you?
I can see it now. You at the top of your tower, peering through a window. Do you like orange flowers, Tilda?
I've never seen one.
I think you like them.
I would love to see a dragon lily one day, just as much as I'd love to see a dragon. Have you ever seen a dragon?
Oh, no.
I hope we do.
I kind of hope we don't.
Oh, don't be such a downer.
We're doing the poor what?
Speaking of the watch, has anything happened?
I think there's vinegar down the hall.
Have you fought a salad?
I hope not. Yeah, nothing's trying to stab us so far. I think Julianne had some ill peer around the corner. Yes, she left her mark all the same. If I'm the anxious one, Julianne has me beat by a mile.
Oh yeah, she never stops. You were about to answer my question of the watch.
I have bad news, Tilda. You are having trouble keeping your eyes open. It's hard to be on watch when you're tired. Why don't you let me know when you slip for just a moment and rest your eyes?
Probably now, when Rain is talking about Julianne.
Tilda, Rain sure is boring sometimes, and the sonorous sound of his voice puts you to sleep. Kaysen, you are in an elven reverie, half watching the fire. Rain, you are corresponding with a mostly asleep Tilda, and no one notices someone moving. Arsinoe St. Cyr, you find yourself suddenly awake. Did you sleep through the night? Small graces are occasionally bestowed upon all of us. Tilda is on watch, and you can see that she's taking a little catnap. Her eyelid twitches. No one knows that you are up, and the morning air is cool and wet. Effectively, other than the elves, you're awake before anyone else. No smell of coffee or sounds of creaking boards to spoil your solitude. And so, Noe, you find yourself going on a little walk to the mouth of the cave. You realize someone is watching you here, your gray cat, who sees you and demurely walks away as if he never wanted you to know that he followed you here in the first place. Looking for Trieste, you see two figures coming down the road, laughing as they walk toward the entrance to the cave. They seem unbothered by everything that's going on. It's your brother and their best friend. You see that Yosan has your armor hefted over their shoulder, looking like they are carrying a life-size silver doll. Your halberd is lashed to their back. One moment. Ran Lochlaren sees you and bows a little bit too deep. Do not worry, Lady St. Cyr. I have escorted your brother to you. Sister, your armor is heavy. Yosan embraces you, leaning down to grab you close. They are tall and handsome, as your father once was, and in this moment you realize how much they look like Laird. They are their father's son in the same way that you and your mother have always been of one blood. Your halberd looks small on them, and they lean away so that it doesn't threaten your face. Watch the blade. It's a bit short for me. We saw some elves across the river. Soldiers by the look of it. I saw some elves. He just hasted me. Here is your armor, sister. I hope you're not planning on using it. Might I ask why there was a trail of blood leading from our courtyard into the woods? I think they took Ed, by the way. They're looking for your father, but they found Ed first. The action is with you, Arsinoe.
She's grabbing the armor from her sibling, sort of checking that they also grabbed all of the straps and all of the things that she would need to actually effectively wield it. And she's sort of nodding, like, yes, of course, you did all of this. And then I think right around the time they mention a trail of blood, she looks up. What do you mean they got Ed? Sorry?
The two of them look at one another. Ran speaks first. The elves just walked right in, as far as I know. There's thousands of them, Noe. They're everywhere. I don't know what they want with your father, but... And your sibling cuts in. Everybody wants something with our father. What else is new?
No, sorry. I saw both of them last night. I was there. They went into the house. They locked up behind them. They told me to come here and that you were supposed to come find me here, and here you are. And you're saying father is gone.
Our father is not gone, but I suspect he's holed up in the house. The last I saw, Ed was outside and he was inside. I'm not sure what he's trying to protect, but it's something. I'm not worried about him, but I am worried about Ed.
She takes a deep breath in and then sort of exhales. All right, so you are not saying that they were captured by the elves. You are saying that they are holed up in our house. With Ed outside, as he usually is, protecting our father and us. No, I don't know what was up with the blood. Where were you yesterday? She sort of puffs her cheeks out very petulantly and puts her fists on her hips, trying to make herself seem taller.
They both look between each other and then look at you. Ran, as he often does, cuts in first. Excuse me, we were covering the southern bridge. I thought that the marshal was going to come. Isn't the Flaming Fist supposed to be here for things like this? It's not even our responsibility.
Oh, no, I understand, and it was very gallant of you to do so, but you were at the North Bridge yesterday, Ran, and Josen, you were down at the South.
You think I'm gallant?
That's not the point. Josen, did
Sister.
Mother make it home at least?
Yes, our mother is home, and she's looking for you. Just for a word, I hope. Something's been darker in her eyes than usual lately.
Yeah, she was in rather a sharp mood yesterday, but I assume all of this business with the elves is not helping.
Sharper than a rapier, our mom is.
Who in the town was hurt?
They look between one another. I don't know. I know our father... I'm not sure how to put this. I know our father hurt some people last night. I'm worried that's why the elves are looking for him. I was at the southern bridge. As you said, Rand was at the northern. We're both okay. One supposes that Ed is fine. Edward always has a way of getting through these things. I hope.
I think she sort of she starts to say something and then takes a moment to reflect because a lot of what last happened the day before now seems rather dreamlike in the wake of her injury. And I think she just sort of blurts out guilelessly, especially in front of her elder sibling. I think Ed is a shapeshifter.
Edward Lochlaren? No. Edward Severino is a shapeshifter?
I think he was wearing something else's skin yesterday.
The two of them look between one another. Ran, I mean, I know he's a druid. I don't know if I would call that a shapeshifter. When you say he was wearing someone else's skin, can you, not as a jacket or a mask, right? Your older sibling places his hand on Rand's shoulder. I don't think Ed is quite like that, necessarily. Is he?
No,
No way
I
to
mean,
you.
I mean a beast. Like, you know, the stories about people who could turn into wolves.
Did you see this firsthand?
I thought I did, but you know who really would have seen it? Your sister. And she turns to Raymond.
Tilda.
Yes, she's safe, by the way. She's sleeping. We had her party. You missed it. She says rather cruelly, given that Rand
Yes.
obviously had to protect the Southern.
Ran opens his mouth a little bit to respond, and then you realize he's looking past you. One moment. Rand is looking over your shoulder when he says, "That is an ochre jelly." He's pointing down the axis of his longsword at a massive amber-colored ooze that is almost delicately moving out of the cave mouth. It scrambles towards you on its pseudopods. Everyone roll initiative. If you are not in no way, you are surprised.
What does surprise do? Is it roll with disadvantage or something?
You are losing your first turn.
Noe rolls a 2.
I have Noe Saint Cyr. Arsinoe Saint Cyr with a 2.
Matilda with an 18.
Case in 17.
Tilda, 18. Kaysen, 17.
Rain with an 8.
Rain, 8.
Sporgle with a 6.
Sporgo, did you modify? Does that 1 point in Dex take you up plus 1 initiative? Have you already?
It does not.
It does not. Julian? If you need a second, I got to roll a couple on my end here, so don't worry about it. Hey, Rain, can you roll me off for Yosan?
16.
Okay, you're an 8 plus. They are an 8 minus. And Julian?
17.
17. Will you roll off Kaysen, please?
I'm a +0, so
Well, just roll a d20 and give me the result. Although I think what you're suggesting is how it's actually done in the rule book. We have like a vague house rule for this.
Sure.
I see Falmari shrugging, so I feel good about my answer.
Everyone likes rolling dice.
10.
And Ari?
What am I doing? Just rolling another d20?
Yes, you're rolling another d20 to see if you're the first 17 or the second 17 to go.
D20 or the D20 plus 2 that I rolled before my usual initiative?
Just a flat d20.
Six.
Okay. Julianne is 17 plus, Kaysen is 17 minus. One more moment. Okay. Tilda with an 18. Going inside the cave for a brief moment here. Tilda, through nothing of your own volition, you fell asleep a bit on watch. You are surprised. You realize that something is happening. You can hear something occurring. You take a moment to get your bearings. It is your turn, although you can take no actions.
My reverie broken. I will not so gently nudge Rain.
Yeah, yes.
Something's happening.
Does Rain's elf ears hear things happen?
You do. You hear something moving across the stone in the corridor here.
Vinegar. Okay. Everyone up. Wakey, wakey. Rain will try to just not stumble off of the chair, but back into the mouth of the cave.
You do so. Go ahead.
I will shout.
You shout.
Get up!
You shout. It echoes through the cave. You hear your voice carrying through the entire cave system. Julianne with a 17 plus. Julianne, something is wrong. When you awaken, you have a strong sense of listlessness. Your limbs feel very heavy. You are having trouble moving. You almost cannot get up and your head swims. You have a -1 penalty to all ability checks until your next long rest, and you have a point of exhaustion. Your neck is sore. It's your turn. You can take no actions. You are surprised.
What? What? Oh, my neck. Go.
You urge people on. Something, God, your neck is just killing you. Kaysen, with a 17 minus, surprised, unable to take actions.
Kaysen had at some point during Sporgle's watch sort of woken abruptly just from the sheer force of like emotions that the dream was bringing up, and just kind of moved to like a different corner of the fire. And he had been sitting there quite comfortably, like wrapped up in that orange shawl from Soul that just like kind of smothered around his nose. And even through like the thin fabric, like he can still smell the vinegar thing. So he's now like trying to shove stuff in his bag, but not really doing anything of consequence.
You do so, trying desperately to shove things into your bag. Rain with an 8+ surprise round. I feel like we've already done this. You shout and call out, trying to wake people up. Sporgle with a 6, suddenly brought into the world of the living. Surprise round. Can't react, can't act, can't do much except be thrust into the world of the waking. And outside the cave, not surprised, Ran with a 4. Ran grabs your wrist, Noe, looks you in the eye, and says, "Shield of Faith, I'll protect you, Noe." You have a sense that you don't necessarily need protected at this exact time, but he seems to be enjoying it nonetheless. On his way to the ochre jelly, he offers a small, polite bow. It seems that chivalry is not dead as he advances toward the ochre jelly. He moves to attack. One moment. He swings at the ochre jelly, connecting very easily. His cut goes directly through the middle of it, and his slashing damage causes the jelly to split into 2 smaller ochre jellies because the jelly has more than 10 hit points. One moment. Trieste sees this happening and runs. Ran pulls his sword back. I don't know if this is helping, and ends his turn. No way, as long as he holds his concentration, you have +2 AC, and it becomes your turn with a 2.
All right, so would you say that by now Noe has her armor on, or should she spend this time climbing into it?
I think as you've been, we've had a multi-minute conversation, and I sort of imagined you'd be putting it on and getting prepared as you had this conversation, and perhaps Yosan even helped you.
Yes, that makes sense to me. So I think as Josan finishes tightening up one of the shoulder pauldrons, she takes her halberd in hand, adjusts her helm, and says, "Ren, we can't kill this in the water. This is flowing towards the river."
I suppose, well, if we don't kill it, he says, moving back, at least the jellies seem to be moving slowly, then what do we do? Isn't that the point of... It's a monster, right? An aberration. I think I'm sworn to kill it. Yosan, are we sworn to kill this? Your sibling looks aghast. It remains your turn, Noe.
Noe also looks confused at the idea of Josen swearing to do anything. But she levels the halberd at, I guess, one of the jellies and will command it to follow.
One moment. Let me look at its condition immunities. Does command count as a charm? Let me look.
It has to succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
It doesn't understand your language, so you would not be able to give it a command, but I think your hand is still in the piece here because I had to look up the errata for it. So I think, should you wish to modify this, you can. Should you wish to desperately tell the jelly to stop or to follow you and have it not obey, I will allow that as well. Play it as you will, Arsenaway.
I think she doesn't know that the jelly doesn't speak her language.
You call out to the jelly, first in common, then in celestial. Both times it does nothing. It advances towards you, but you sense it's not following you. It remains your turn, Arsenaway.
Let's see, that's her action. I think as a bonus action, when she sees that it is not paying attention to her and is just sort of creeping along on its own, she'll turn the halberd to smack it with the butt end.
You do so. Why don't you roll it like a proficient attack? Roll it just like you're swinging the halberd, but we'll have it do half damage as bludgeoning.
Okay, using the polearm feat, which has its own rules, but I can substitute yours.
So I totally forgot you had polearm master, so I think you should follow the polearm master rules. Yes, forgive me.
Okay. So with those rolls, rolling to attack, she only rolls a 10. It like bounces off the jelly.
10 hits.
10 hits? Okay. 4 damage.
4 bludgeoning. Got it. And this is Ochre Jelly 2, the closest to you.
Yes.
Got it.
Bonks it.
You bonk it. You watch as the jelly slightly deforms around the blow of the blunt side of your halberd. It remains your turn, Arsenaway.
She'll call into the cave for the others, and then that's her turn.
You do so, calling into the cave and alerting the others. With a -1, the jellies go at the bottom of the initiative order. We go inside the cave for a moment. This jelly has 10 feet of movement. It uses the dash action to get 20. You hear Tilda and Rain, a massive, heavy object, lots of mass, sort of lumbering down the corridor. That jelly ends its turn. Outside, the 2 smaller jellies. One moves toward Ran, one moves toward you, Noe. 1 moment. The jelly attacks Ran with Acid Splash. 1 moment. And hits. Ran is splashed with acid. Noe, you watch as the ochre jelly expels a ball of green acid and it splashes over Ran and his armor. You know that he will take damage from this and his armor class will be reduced while he has acid splash on him. The jelly closest to you uses its pseudopod to attempt to grab your halberd. 1 moment. A 3 misses. It hopelessly swipes, but it's not nearly long enough. Next time, it might extend a longer pseudopod. The ochre jellies end their turn. At the top of the order, inside the cave, Tilda. It becomes your turn.
I can move and take actions now, yes?
You can? Yes, the surprise round is over. You are fully operational.
I'll glance behind me. Do I see the group rousing?
You do. The only
I assume I don't see Noe.
Correct. You do not see No Way. I'm not sure if you would notice that in the moment. You notice that Julianne is having a hard time getting up.
I'll whip out my saber and advance. 2, 3, 4. No, I would probably be going this way. Sorry, I have not seen the jelly. I assume.
I think you will see. You will put two and two together instantly. No check or anything required. When you come around the corner, you're gonna see it. You will have heard it. You sense that it's there.
I think I would be going. I've heard it, and I know it's there, and its presence, like I see the shadow or something like that.
Correct. Its presence is known to you. This is not a subtle creature.
Gotcha. I will just advance toward it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I will. I'll take a dodge action.
You take a dodge action. You sense that this jelly is going to be lumbering down towards you, so you prepare to avoid anything that it might be about to unleash upon you.
I intend to hold the line until all my compatriots get their shit together.
In that vein, Julianne with a 17 plus, it becomes your turn.
Begrudgingly, I will rouse myself from my meager sleeping location and kind of just pull myself down and towards what I assume is the noise that we're hearing.
It's difficult to tell exactly what was going on. You were just pulled out of sleep.
What's the status?
Danger, danger.
Right. Okay. Just due to her exhaustion and of waking, she will just go ahead and end her turn.
You do so. Kaysen.
Okay, sorry, having measuring and microphone difficulties. But difficulties not remembering to turn it on. Kaysen is going to use the dash action to get as far down here as he can and just sort of try to shout in the general area at everyone, hey, I can make it work if we're in here, but if we're able to draw this thing outside, we are going to have a way easier time. Just trust me on that. And end my turn.
You ask people to trust you and hope that they do. Rain.
Rain will see everyone marching out. We heard Noe call from outside yet.
You did.
He'll stand upright from the chair and very quickly make his way to the mouth of this little opening, trusting Kaysen will not attempt to approach it, or whatever this thing is, but they will let the sensor in their hand go slack. As a bonus action, they'll cast Flame Blade on the sensor, as though it were an echo of their dream prior. A little orange blossom appears at the end of the sensor as it superheats.
You do so.
Outside, of course. They'll use the remainder of their action to take the dodge action.
You do so. Outside, it is Yosan's turn. They move. One moment, studying their spells. No way. Your older sibling locks eyes with you. You sense them mouthing a word, alacritas. You are hasted. Yosan concentrates on haste. You gain +2 AC, advantage on dex saving throws, and 1 additional action per turn. He steps back, reaching out his hands for Trieste, who is running away. Sporgle with a 6 inside the cave.
All right, here's a question for you. If I cunning action dash, can I dash with my actual action for even more distance?
If you cunning action dash, can you
Right, which is
then-
bonus action dash,
But can you
and then use my
use-
actual action.
I don't see why not. They're separate resources.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you couldn't dash twice in the same turn or something.
I'm unaware of a. I don't know if the camera's up. Is Falmari shaking his head? Is David shaking his head? I'm getting.
We're both saying yes.
Yes, that's
Oh,
fine.
okay.
yes.
So you can do it. Okay,
That's
Yes.
100%.
excellent.
This,
Then
honestly.
I will do that.
So we are getting
and-
a total of 90 feet of movement. Is that correct?
75. Yeah,
Okay.
75. So either way, I can get to where I'm going though.
Where art thou going, Sporgle? Right there?
To right here. So Sporgle wakes up, realizing that obviously one of these clumsy oafs made too much fucking noise in the cave and pissed off the jelly. And now it's coming right at us.
We're so big.
Mm-hmm. And Sporgle yells out. He says, "Jelly, slow! Stay away!" And that will end my turn.
You end your turn. Outside, ran Lochlaren, taking his turn. He picks up his sword as if he's not sure what to do. Noe, do I... And before you can respond, he looks at the jelly in front of him and says, "Thundering Smite?" Although he seems incredibly unsure of himself. One moment. He hits, knocking the jelly back. Give me one moment. As he knocks the jelly back, it splits into 2 more. I'm not sure if this is helping or not. Saluna? He calls out, unsure what to say, and ends his turn. No way.
It's dividing? Every time you slash at it.
I guess so. I don't know what to make of this.
Do you have any other weapons? Can you just stomp it?
At least they're getting smaller. I don't want to step on that thing. What if I get stuck in it?
What if it gets so small that it's able to crawl up your nose and die within your brain cavity?
Is this what you think
He is
about
not
all day?
She, instead of responding, she turns and with a girlish roar starts smacking the jelly with the butt end of her halberd.
You do so.
Dirty 20.
Hits.
She'll divine smite this, so okay, so that's 5 from the halberd attack, and then rolling for smite. Eight radiant damage. So 6 bludgeoning, 8 radiant.
6 bludgeoning, 8 radiance.
Yes.
You kill it. You smite this jelly into the ground. The radiant damage crackles as it decomposes into the earth. It remains your turn, Noe.
She has an additional attack, so
You are hasted.
she is hasted. She's going to dash over, I guess, taking a little leap over this puddle of dead jelly, and then go to smack the other one with the front end.
When you say dash over, you mean rush over, like
Rush over.
yeah.
Yes, not using a dash action.
Just making sure.
That's a 12 to hit this jelly in front of her.
12 hits, number 4.
12 slashing.
12 slashing. You hit it with
Slashing.
1 moment. You slash it directly in half. You create more jellies that bubble up from the spots where you cut this jelly in half. There's pseudopods menacingly moving towards you. It remains your turn.
She has run out of action economy, so she's just sitting there sort of breathing heavily from the exertion.
You're moving faster than you feel like you should be able to. The jellies go. There are 1, 2, 3. There are 5 jellies within pseudopod range of you, Noe, and they all move to attack you. So you have 4 temporary AC, 2 from haste, 2 from armor of faith. 1 second.
A total of 22.
Got it. Okay. You can just evaluate these for me. 1 second. The first 2 jellies, 3 and 1, both use acid splash on you. Both acid splashes miss. They huck small green orbs of acid that fly past you and land hissing in the grass. Ochre jellies 4, 5, and 6 attack with their pseudopods. 1 second. First one misses. Second one misses. The third one lands a 20 on die. 1 second. Take 12 acid damage.
Okay.
And it tries to grab your halberd. Make a strength saving throw.
Okay. I get +3 from my halberd. And then do I benefit from my own aura?
You do.
I do? Okay. Including the okay. Sorry, my cat's in the way. A 30-20.
20 hits. Oh no,
For the
20,
saving
sorry,
throw.
20 for strength saving throw versus the athletics. You hold on to your halberd. You clutch your halberd as it wraps the pseudopod around. You dig your heels in and manage to hold. Going inside to the jelly on the inside of the cave. This jelly uses dash and gets as close as it can. Tilda, this jelly is now upon you. It slithers upon you, moving almost dexterously on its pseudopods through the cave. Water burbles underneath it as it gets very close to you, but can't quite close the distance, and it becomes your turn, Tilda.
I will take the disengage action. And I will turn and face my group after sliding by the wall in a slick maneuver. Say, this thing moves way too slowly. We could just walk away. Where's Juliet? Where's No Way?
No, he's
going
outside. Julian's behind me.
I'm going to push past. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I hear people outside. We should go meet up with them.
And I'm off. I'm done.
Julian.
Um, Julianne will move towards Rain, as that's as far as she can make it. And upon turning the corner, she will see the ochre jelly. And on immediate reaction, she will reach down for one of her vials on the side and snap it. And from that, a flash happens from it as the compounds in it mix together, and it is a second level magic missile that is going towards the ochre jelly.
You do so. You shake the different compounds inside of your vial. They mix together and suddenly become projectiles. You wing the vial at this ochre jelly, and it splits apart into 4 missiles, into 4 individual missiles. Roll the damage.
It's not doing the thing.
And you can give me a total. Don't need individual.
Ten force damage.
10 force damage. Got it. Your missiles impact the jelly, causing it to quiver and shake. It remains your turn.
Considering the thing is liquid, let's try and not let it sit in the water too long. That'll be the end of Julian's turn.
Kaysen.
Kaysen is proceeding. His pack is like hardly even closed up. There's like dried mushrooms and tea leaves falling out of it. He is just going to hope and pray that everyone is sort of moving in the same direction. He can hear people outside, and he's also just like desperately, for practical and emotional reasons, just craving to be in the sun, and his 60-foot dash will put him exactly at the entrance.
Noted. You push past Tilda. You push between Rain and Julianne, and then past Tilda on your way to the entrance to the cave.
Zooming.
I'm sorry, say again, Ari?
He's zooming.
You zoom right past, putting all of your effort into trudging and running as fast as you can through the wet environment. It remains your turn.
Can I see anything yet up ahead, or is there anything in front of me?
You see a number of ochre jellies surrounding Noe.
That's turn for me.
Rain.
Now understanding just how slow this thing is approaching, seeing that Tilda was able to just walk away from it, he'll begin to spin the sensor, casting Produce Flame as an action. Doesn't require concentration, turns out, and fling it. As he does so, the sensor will snap to the end of its chain, and the flower at the end of it will produce tiny motes of pollen that are little flickers of flame, and use the remainder of their action to back up.
You're using produce flame simply as a light source. You're not throwing it to attack with it, or you are.
He's attacking with it. Yes.
You are attacking with it. Okay.
With the bonus action. Yeah.
What is your ranged spell attack roll?
For a 24.
24 hits.
And hope so. A whole 2 fire damage.
You watch as the mote of flame sinks into the ochre jelly, briefly atomizing a little bit of its outer layer. It smells like burning vinegar now.
Burning does work. And then we'll end his turn. Trying not to push past Tilda.
Going back outside, Yosan, using his bonus action, scoops up Trieste. Using his action, he casts Ray of Frost on Ochre Jelly number 3. Hitting and doing 6 frost damage and slowing it. He calls over to you, "Sister, get away from these things, please," and ends his turn. Inside the cave, Sporgle.
Well, Sporgle's glad that everyone's smart enough to just back away from this thing. So he is just going to shoot an arrow and keep backing up. For a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
Oh, I had my dex modifier to range attacks, right?
You do.
Okay, I don't know why I forgot that. Okay, so for 8 damage.
8 piercing.
Yes.
Noted. Your arrow flies into the ochre jelly, burying it inside of its mass. You watch as the arrow almost instantly dissolves inside of it. Anything else for your turn?
Nope, he just moves with the rest outside the cave. Or further towards the mouth of the cave.
Sensible. Outside the cave, it becomes Rand's turn. Rand moves up next to you, No Way, and places his hand on your shoulder. Lady St. Cyr, I will protect you. He slashes at the closest ochre jelly. He hits. Causing the ochre jelly to divide. He looks over at Yosan, who looks horrified. Is this helping? What should I be doing? He ends his turn. No way.
When we are slashing the jellies and they are subdividing, are they being damaged in any way?
It seems like they're getting smaller and smaller. You You seem to be able to infer that past a certain size, they will no longer be sentient. You could probably slice them enough that if their overall hit point total is too low, they won't be able to divide again. You sense that they need a certain critical mass to be able to divide. But however, if an ochre jelly is, say, at full health, it might be able to divide a number of times before it reaches that point. All of this runs... Go ahead.
How big are they now?
These ochre jellies are about the size of a small sunmelon.
Ugh. Ren, do you have any other way to hurt them besides your sword?
Yes, I could. He moves to kick the closest one. Jelly, you're extremely ugly. No one will ever love you.
Does it take psychic damage?
It doesn't seem to.
All right, the kicking was a good idea. Let's keep up with that. All right. And she'll again, I think, just turning the halberd around, spinning it around, and just attacking with the non-bladed end. Before she she'll we're in a bad position, but she has a lot of outputs. I think hearing Joseon to tell her to get away, she does take a step back, I think, triggering opportunity attacks from 8 and 6.
8, 6, and 4 by my reckoning.
Yes, you're right.
One moment. $16?
Nope.
Okay. Then that's a miss too. All 3 lunge at you and miss.
Okay, and she'll bonk 6.
You bonk 6. Do you have extra reach? You do, sure. Yes, I think you have the extra reach even with... Got it. Even if you're striking with the blunt end was my question, but I think we resolved it.
So 24. It was a 19 on die, almost a crit.
24 hits.
That's 5 bludgeoning damage.
5 bludgeoning. Got it on 6.
And then that was her bonus attack. She's gonna keep doing for her attack, and then her extra attack from haste, she'll keep using that end of the halberd. Does a 12 hit?
12 does hit.
Another 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
4 bludgeoning on number 6. You splatter this into the ground.
Okay, they're getting pretty weak. They're getting pretty weak.
You infer that the more you divide these things, the weaker that they seem to get. It remains your turn, Arsinoe.
She'll take another shuffling sidestep, and then her last attack from haste, she'll aim at number 8 in front of Rand.
Got it.
A 14.
14 hits.
5 points of bludgeoning.
That's number 8. You said 5?
Yes.
5.
And
Noted.
then she sees Kaysen emerge in the mouth of the cave. Oh, good, you're awake. Don't slash them. They're dividing. And she sort of shakes her foot out like she stepped in something nasty.
Oh, I was planning to do something a little more stylish, but I will take that advice.
She sort of blinks at that, like all wide-eyed, like, oh, okay. And then that's the end of her turn.
The jellies go. Jelly 1 is forced to dash and does so surrounding Ran. 7 and 3 attack Ran with their pseudopods. 1 misses, 1 hits. The pseudopod attacks him in the leg, doing 3 acid damage. So number 8 attacks as well. Missing. 4 and 5 attack you, No Way. 20 on die for the first one. A natural 1 on the other one, a 20 and 1. 1 second, rolling the damage. 8 acid damage. Inside. The jelly uses the dash action and closes the distance. It cannot attack, but it starts to hem you in, Julienne. The jellies end their turn. Tilda with an 18 at the top of the order.
I would like to take a moment, so this is not going to be very extensive. The first thing off the top of my head, I've read Volo's Monstrous Manual from cover to cover. Anything that's a weakness of this blob of death.
You know what's not a weakness. You know that it's 2 things that it are highly resistant to are slashing and lightning damage. You know that its true weaknesses revolve around its lack of capabilities. It's not intelligent. It'll generally follow whatever is warmest and closest to it, and it's very slow. But if this thing envelops you, it can take your weapon and it can take your life. Their acid damage has a way of finishing you off.
Don't chop at it. I'm going to make for the mouth of the cave. I'm going to take the dash action.
You do so. You run past
Sporgle, do you let me buy you? Sorry.
Yeah, Sporgle's so small you can easily get around him.
Yeah, but I'm being courteous.
We're being chased by a monster.
Such a goblin answer. I'm going to break into the daylight.
You break into the daylight. 1 moment. You, if I may be so bold, you spend the rest of your turn rushing into the daylight. We will find you on the new map after your turn ends.
Sure.
Julienne, you feel a bit hemmed in. Jewel requested a 5er. Can we take a 5er right now, please? Sounds good? Okay. Back in a few minutes. Hi.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Thank you. Everyone feeling good?
Feeling frosty.
I believe we were ending Julian's turn, rolling into Kaysen's turn. Is that accurate?
We're starting Julian's turn.
We're ending Tilda's turn, rolling into Julian's turn. Julian.
Correct. Well, this is a bit of a bind. I wish the child was here to see a lesson, but no matter. And as she is finishing her statement, she will grab another vial from her pack, and she will look at Rain. Rain, cover your ears. And she will snap it, and it is Thunderwave. Thunderwave. Level 1.
Which is a Constitution saving throw, I believe.
Correct.
For me, for half damage. 1 moment.
If it fails, it's also pushed 10 feet away from me.
What is your spell DC? It's going to be close.
13.
He fails. It's pushed 15 feet. This is a large creature. 1 second. Does that matter?
It says 10 feet, but it doesn't specify.
Doesn't specify. Sounds to me like it's pushed 10 feet. You're pushing it away from you, correct? South?
Correct. Yes, south towards the wall.
Got it. You push it 10 feet away. Your thunder wave does how much damage?
9 thunder damage.
9 thunder. Thank you. You slam this thing. It smashes through the silty ground, kicking dust up into the air. It remains your turn.
Since I am no longer surrounded, I will go ahead and take my move and move slightly up the mouth of the river to stay with the group, but I will hold position here.
You do so. Kaysen?
Okay, making sure my mic's on. Okay, I will start by walking outside.
1 moment.
to-
You rush through the mouth of the cave. For many people, the sudden burst of sunlight in their eyes might disorient them, but for you, it almost feels comforting. You arrive freshly in the sun next to Tilda. It remains your turn. Go ahead.
I'm going to just sort of take a moment to stretch and roll my shoulders, and I suddenly look a lot more just comfortable and I guess confident than anyone has seen me yet at this point. And I'm just gonna say, it feels good to be in the sun after so long trying to fight in the dark. This is much better, don't you think? And as he steps out into the sunlight, it's almost a little bit disorienting. The sun rays will be focused down. He almost seems to sparkle a little bit, and anyone within 15 feet of him will also get a little bit of that glow and be able to add 2 radiant damage to their attacks, as long as we're in the sun and near me. And he is going to take a swing at number. So that'll be. I've got 17 to hit.
17 hits.
Cool.
And this is on number 5, correct? Yes, number 5.
Number 5. And his weapon is 1d6 plus 2, so that's an 8. Bludgeoning.
8 bludgeoning on number 5. You're affected by your own auras. So should you choose to do so, you do additional radiant damage, I believe. You are now in sunlight.
That's right, so it'll be 8 just flat damage and then another 2 radiant, so 10 total.
8 bludgeoning, 2 radiant on number 5. It remains your turn.
Do I have a little bit more movement?
You do.
If I pass from here to here, from one side of this guy to the other after I attacked it, does it provoke an attack of opportunity?
No, that would not attack. That would not provoke an attack of opportunity. Normally,
Okay.
you might provoke one by. Well, no, it's fine.
Yeah, let me.
You can edge past this thing. You can take a swing at it. You connected. You dealt a grievous blow to it, and now you basically take a 5-foot step.
Yeah, I'm gonna step over here, just to give people room to get out of the cave and also to get a better look at just the situation over here. And the last thing I'll do on my turn is just take a peek at Ran and see how it looks like he's doing.
Ran.
I know it looks worse.
Ran has mild injuries. You can see that his right hands and wrist have been splashed with acid that certainly went through his chainmail. You can see that there is smoke coming off of his left wrist. No Way, on the other hand, I think is considerably worse for wear. Deferring to Jewel for an inventory there.
Yeah, she's looking pretty soggy with acid. There's definitely some peeling that's starting to happen.
No Way is hurt.
Oh, okay. So let's see. I've done action. I've done movement. Hold on one moment. Seeing if I have a bonus action. I don't think I have a bonus action that I want to use. So that's turn for me.
As a brief reminder, Tilda Lochlaren, you see Tempest standing next to you, and he takes a 5-foot step. This is a reminder that in this campaign, you can take a 5-foot step using all of your remaining movements in order to not provoke attacks of opportunity. Just to make sure that everyone remembers this, Tilda, you're just my example. But you imagine...
And
go ahead.
just to iterate, that's like, let's say you had been hit by an effect that reduced your maximum movement. Would you no longer be able to take a 5-foot step?
In general, yes.
Okay, so only if you have access to your full maximum movement. Got it.
Yes. Excellent question. Just wanted to clarify this house rule. Yes, and that's the perfect follow-up. Yes, if you're inhibited in some way, it probably doesn't apply, but you can 5-foot step instead of disengaging, for example. Kaysen ends his turn, I believe. I didn't cut you off, did I? Okay.
Right.
Rain, inside the cave, 1 moment. Inside Mineral Springs, Rain of Fire, Rain Dainavir. Go ahead.
Fully prepared to swing at this thing after watching it get knocked back 10 feet from the effect of Julian's little vial. He will continue to just whip, produce flames at it and try to make their way through, but it is getting clogged here. I believe Sporgle is small.
Yep, he's small.
Does a 7 hit it?
A 7 does not hit.
Incredible. Rain will use the remainder of his action, moving out towards the front entrance.
As you see your flaming petal fly just past it, you realize these things really can't dodge. You truly have to miss it in order to not connect. They are, to say the least, a bit clumsy as far as creatures go.
And Rain is no more happy to see that the kids are not inside to see him miss, because he did.
Outside the cave, Yosan. He stands with his legs on opposite sides of the stream. You get a sense of how tall he is as he looks down, sizes up the situation, and throws a ray of frost at number 4. One moment. His ray of frost connects. Doing 6 frost damage and freezing it into the ground. He calls over to you, No Way. Sister, are you okay? Seeing acid dripping off of your armor. Arsinoe.
Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry. We just need to get these taken care of.
Yusan ends their turn. Sporgle with a 6 inside.
Sporgle's gonna take another shot. $13.
13 hits.
For 9 damage.
9 piercing.
Yep.
You slice right through this thing. Your arrow actually pushes through the viscousness of this jelly and exits the other side. As you do so, the jelly flattens into the ground. You notice that it leaves a brown, swirling substance in the water where it sinks into the silty earth here.
So it's dead.
You surmise so, don't you, Sporgle?
He's not sure. He's afraid this is a trick or something. He's going to keep moving, honestly. He's not, jellies can be tricky, slippery, one might say.
Using your movement or anything? You are, I see.
Yeah, I'm just going to move a little bit past Rain.
Outside. Ran. One moment. Ran swings with his long sword at number 7. He swings downward directly toward this thing, trying to pin it to the bed of the river. As he does so, he looks upward, away from where he's swinging, and says, Selûne, please guide my sword. And as he does so, he connects, and it divides. He looks over at Yosan. I'm glad that you didn't haste me. And ends his turn. No Way with a 2.
Hilda, can you get your brother to do anything but hit something with his sword?
I don't know what else to do.
You kicked it earlier.
Does he have a shield?
He does not. He has unrelenting faith in the Moon Maiden.
Noe, sort of briefly turning to acknowledge Kaysen's presence there, then sort of squints. She's like, "Oh, you're looking awfully bright right now. I don't know if I just woke up on the wrong side of bed," and then turns back to continue bonking this jelly, not knowing what else to do. It's sort of that Twilight baseball scene in action here. 14.
14 hits on number 5.
So that's 6 bludgeoning and then 2 radiant from Kaysen, right?
Yes. And this is the one that Kaysen just hit. You follow up with a similar strike, doing an identical damage type, and kill it. It sinks into the ground. Arsinoe, you notice that where this jelly becomes part of the soil, it leaves brown tendrils into the water. It remains your turn.
Brown tendrils into the water.
Mm-hmm. Yes, almost like mud, or as if you took a thimble of tea-colored ink and dumped it into the water.
Okay. Okay, I think this works. I think she's going to. That was her using her bonus action to hit this jelly.
You still have 2 actions.
2 actions. So she's going to step up behind Ran and grab his wrist with hers and say, "You need to come with me now." And then she'll yank. If he's not willing, this is going to turn into a grapple.
He is so willing. He looks over into your eyes and smiles. He says, despite his injuries and despite your injuries, anything for you, Arsinoe.
Ran, stop being weird, Ran.
Is Noe able to take something from me if I hold it out and offer it to her on her turn?
I think as a reaction, yes. I think that's a good way to deploy your reaction as a resource. Yes, you can use your reaction to offer something. Might I ask, what do you offer, Noe?
I will offer for Noe to pass off to Ran my shield so he can smack the damn thing into the jellies. It's probably a bit more of an improvised weapon, but I will offer that to him so he has something if he wants to take it, with a look of be careful of this or you're going to regret it.
And the necessary person in the middle is Noe, who has to accept this, who has to be willing. So yes, I think so. On your turn, Noe, which it is right now, you are offered Kaysen's shield with the intent to pass it to Ran.
Yes. I think even without Kaysen saying anything, she meets his gaze and understands instantly what this is trying to do. And she very gingerly accepts his sword, his shield. And then as she's turning to grab Ran, will sort of clang the shield into his chest and say, "I think the Moon Maiden's asleep right now. Maybe try beseeching Lathander."
He accepts this Lathandrite shield into his chest. He mashes it into his chainmail and looks down upon it. Make a religion check.
Me?
You. Are you able to shake his faith in this moment? Is this a formative religious experience?
It's a 9.
It's a 9. You sense that it does not quite land as he clutches the shield of Lathander to his chest.
Well, maybe perhaps this in and of itself was Moon Maiden sent. We don't know. Maybe this was a formative religious moment for Noe. Who knows? I assume that the trees we see on the map would be difficult terrain, so
Correct.
she wouldn't be able to cut just okay. So making a beeline around, normally dragging someone, I think, halves your movement, but because he's willing, I don't think this is a grapple exactly.
You are he is willing. So unless you're doing something fairly exotic here, it does not impede his movement.
No, the only thing where this might matter is somebody being unwillingly moved does not provoke attacks of opportunity.
So you are pulling Ran with you.
Yes, away from the water.
He is going to take some attacks of opportunity here, but he is willing to do so. Is that your line of questioning? Do I understand?
Is there a way I can do this where he doesn't trigger attacks of opportunity? Or Noe takes it instead of him?
Oh, the latter one. Absolutely.
Okay. Can we do that?
You can shield him with your body. Certainly. Yes. You can. You sense what you are doing could be hazardous to him. And as he dreamily stares into your eyes, you clutch him and shield the pseudopod attacks with your body.
Yeah.
1 second. Rolling the attacks of opportunity.
No way, stop being weird.
The first one is a 20 on die.
Why are they always critting against Noe?
6.
Haters, all of
3.
these jellies.
Another 20 on die.
Only 20. They are only hitting her with crits.
And a 14.
No.
Okay, you take 2 attacks of opportunity. You take 1 attack of opportunity, but it's a crit. "12 acid.
Okay, that's enough to down her.
You
So she's shielding him and then swoons into his arms, just as Tilda says, "Don't be weird, Noe."
Yes, acid splashes the back of your head. There is a sudden shock of pain. You are overwhelmed and incapacitated and fall to the ground, heaving Ran forward as the swan song of this action. You collapse unconscious, grievously wounded.
Couldn't she at least have said at some point, "not the water," to express what she was trying to do to begin with?
Yes, you can exclaim this one thing as you fall to the ground in an unconscious, smoking heap. As a result,
that's her turn.
Yes, as a result of going unconscious, you forfeit the rest of your turn. The jellies go with a -1. Ran ends up next to you over here, and the attacks of opportunity have been absorbed. Jelly 1 advances on Yosan. Jelly 6. Also, Jelly 6 was briefly a Jelly 8, but I fixed that if you were watching. Jelly 6 moves toward Yosan. So does Jelly 9. Jelly 3 moves to Tilda. And Jelly 8 moves to Kason. 1 moment. Attacking Yosan. A 17 hits. A 9 misses. And another 9 misses. 1 hit. His pseudopod does 6 acid damage. Rolling the concentration save, which is DC 13. 1 moment. He fails. He drops his concentration on your haste, no way, stunning you for 1 round. He takes the 7 damage. And jelly number 8 attacks you, Kason, lashing at you. No. Casting Acid Splash on the point between you and Tilda. Can both of you make a Constitution saving throw? And
Do I still have the buff from No Way's whatever the hell you were talking about?
Be too far.
Too
So
far?
15 feet?
Okay.
Noe's Paladinara? Is that what you're talking
Yeah.
about?
Yes, that is.
Yes. You are both out of range, and she is disabled right now.
Understood.
Disabled, not the word I was looking for, but you know what I mean. She is unconscious on the ground. So you two are making a Constitution saving throw, and then this is also a ranged spell attack.
Saving throw is D20 plus Constitution save?
Yep.
Yes, +2 if you are proficient.
Oh, okay. Nat 20 plus.
Which you
2.
are as a paladin. And that,
Proficient. Okay, nat 20 plus 4.
Okay.
2.
16.
4.
Okay.
It's high.
And the ranged spell attack was a 3, which obviously misses you both. Ochre Jelly 3 attacks with its pseudopod, Tilda. A 13.
That's a miss.
Okay. They have all gone, and the jellies end their turn. We're at the top of the order with Tilda.
I'm gonna call out to Yosin.
You do. Yes.
I'm gonna say
He's just dropped his haste. He is agonizingly holding back as acid is washing over his features. He's just lost his concentration. Yes.
what a great story this battle is gonna make. We're gonna vanquish these idiots. I'd like to cast Bardic Inspiration on Yosin.
You do so. He has a charge of inspiration. In a moment, he seems inspired by this despite the circumstances. It remains your turn, Tilda.
Are there any sticks on the ground next to me?
To be clear, this is like a touching head out of character. across
No.
the table.
I was contemplating in real life.
Oh, I see. Okay. There are sticks. Yes, there is sticks brush.
I'd like to spend my action grabbing a stick. Something that I could swing.
You do so.
Like
Go
I'm
ahead.
playing stickball or something.
You roll survival to see what the quality of this is. We can say that you can find something very basic and off balance that does 1 bludgeoning versus something like a stickball bat that maybe does 1d6 bludgeoning.
13.
13, I'd say it's right down the middle. You grab a 2-headed stick, a piece of birch. It's got some bark coming off it, and it's not perfectly aerodynamic, but it's weighty. It uses your proficiency bonus. It's a simple weapon. You are proficient with it, and it does 1d4 bludgeoning, no bonuses.
Perfect. I don't think it's appropriate I can take a swing this turn. I'd like to maneuver so I'm further away from Kason so we don't get double splashed.
I think you can take a desperate swing with this thing. You grabbed it. I think, how about, let's see a swing at disadvantage. I think you grab this and immediately, in the same motion as grabbing it, you desperately try to bash this thing.
I'll go for a desperate haymaker.
And you're out of range of my aura now.
Sure. Sorry, 1 second, just looking up improvised weapon.
Sorry, I know it hit, but how much did I get damaged by the acid splash? I missed that.
The acid splash missed you. So so you're referring to Ochre Jelly 8 put an acid splash between you and Tilda, and there were two components to this. There was a Constitution saving throw, which you passed, and a ranged spell attack, which missed. He rolled a 3, if I remember correctly.
Okay. I was confused on that. Thank you.
Assuming I get bonuses on this,
Assuming, backing up, when you say on this, you're referring to this desperate attack. When you say bonuses,
Yeah.
you mean like proficiency and stuff like that?
all the like dexterity, strength, these type of things, and
Yeah.
feat bonuses.
Yes. Yes.
I got an 11 to hit on disadvantage.
11 hits.
The damage is 6.
Did you roll a 4 and then it's +2?
I have the dueling feat.
Ah, okay, that's why you asked. Okay, I was wondering how we got that. Okay, that makes more sense. That's why you asked.
Yes. Let's say instead of calculatedly moving away so that I don't get double acid splashed, the momentum of this stick and this desperate haymaker carries me across.
You do so. I agree. I
And I'm
concur.
done.
Julianne, with a 17 plus, inside the cave, freshly victorious.
Are the remnants of the ochre jelly still there?
They are.
Is it slowly dissolving into the ground?
It is slowly dissolving into the ground. However, you think like an alchemist, don't you? There is combat going
I
on,
do.
but there is something more here. There is potential here, isn't there? Should you wish to interact with this bit of ochre jelly?
I do. I would like to rush over as fast as possible while there's time and get as many samples of the jelly as I can.
Roll 1d4. Let's see how many individual samples of this you get.
It's not rolling.
It was 3.
3.
Yeah, it showed up for me.
Oh, there it is. Yep, it's 3.
You gather 3 samples of this acidic jelly. One moment. As an optional reaction, perhaps to gain more insight into your dreams and what lurks inside of your head, Julianne, does this acid connect to something? Optionally, you may answer this question. If you connect this to something that is inhabiting your subconscious, something that is on your mind, maybe something that drove you to run over here and scoop it up, I think this will allow you to advance your alchemical studies a bit. However, if you're unable to do so, I fear the opposite may be true.
I think it does. It has properties of splitting when it is exposed to slashing and lightning, from what Tilda was saying before she ran out of the cave.
You gather your 3 samples. You tuck them into your bag. You wonder how this acid may be useful to you. And it remains your turn.
I'm not going to do anything else. I'm going to continue to ponder on this. But another thought I have, it may be, I guess, because it is a slime in a way, just kind of absorb things. Maybe it could be some kind of binding agent.
Noted.
I will end my turn as I clean myself up and finish gathering the samples.
Kaysen with a 17.
Okay. Oriented. So seeing a sight that is starting to become troublingly familiar, Kaysen is going to ignore slash just take an opportunity attack from number 8 as he's moving this way. So we will see if that hits. His current AC is slightly reduced, does not have a shield.
It's a 10.
Oh.
I doubt it hits. You rush past this ochre jelly. It swings at you with its pseudopod but misses. Number 9 is going to get an opportunity attack as well here. But it rolls a 4.
I will walk very quickly over to Noe, and I'm going to position myself in between Noe and this right here. And I am going to use most, but not all, of Lay on Hands, just in case for something else. Just to get her back up to a usable health pool. And I will put a hand on Noe, and I will heal her for 10 hit points. And I'll just sort of lean over and say, I'll say, come on, it's not time yet. Get up. You can do this. You got this.
Oh, did I fall asleep? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's becoming a pattern.
No way. What does this feel like for you?
This lay on hands?
Mm-hmm.
I think it sort of feels like when you've dozed off in a patch of sunlight and it's cozy, but then you start to feel your skin burning a little bit from having passed out unaware for too long, and you're like, oh, something bad is about to happen if I do not get up and react right now. So I think it's with that compulsion that she opens her eyes and gets up.
Yeah, I think his lay on hands would be pleasant, but also somewhat overwhelming. Like, if he, depending on, I guess, sort of the flavor of it, I almost picture this instance feeling like, if you walk out of like a sort of like cold, dark indoor space and it's like, oh, you feel the nice sunlight on your skin, but you also can't see anything. So I imagine it's sort of feeling like that. And then that is my movement and action. I can't do much else, but these 3 folks are now back in my aura. And for Ran or Noe, I can intercept if an attack comes their way. And that's turn.
Do you have any movement left?
I used 30 of 30, so that is all my movement.
Okay, got it.
But I will try to stay near you guys to use intercept.
Rain with an 8+.
Being nothing like an alchemist in this cave, Rain will be charging out of the front. I assume at this point you can see at the very least the mouth of the cave, right?
You can. You burst through the mouth of the cave. Am I correct, Rain?
Correct.
One moment. You burst through the mouth of the cave.
How much movement remaining would Rain have?
Ten feet.
Rain will close the gap between both of them. And Rain has no idea that Little Tilda is a duelist now. Sorry. But will attempt to swing on the one that is between him and Rain. In Tilda. With the sensor as the flame blade. He will do so in an overhead arc, trying to slam into the top of this thing. Trying to pop it like a balloon. 22
22 hits.
for 11 points of fire damage.
11 points of fire damage. You sizzle this into the ground. You crush it with your sensor. Flame spreads, and a puff of foul, acidic smoke, like industrial waste burning, erupts just in front of you. This is the bad smoke. As someone who sort of traffics in smoke, this is the sort of thing that really rends your poor little heart. It remains your turn. Rain of fire.
Rain will turn on heel and cover their mouth. And cover your mouth, Tilda. Don't breathe this in. But that is all his action, and we'll end there.
Yosan with an 8-, freshly inspired. Casts Burning Hands and a cone in front of him. Having each Ochre Jelly make a dex saving throw. 1 second.
And he'll get +2 radiant.
It's not a spell attack. It's like a cone that has a saving throw. So it's something that adds to like a spell attack. Doesn't provide a bonus for something like this. So like your aura doesn't affect this. All 3 fail. He does 4 fire damage to each. And ends his turn. Sporgle.
Sporgle will also exit the cave.
You do so. Describe how you exit the cave. What is your demeanor and
I
disposition?
think he hears fighting outside, right? He hears fighting outside. He doesn't know what else they've gotten into now. So he's heading outside to have a look. And when he gets out there, he sees so many jellies. And he's like, oh my god, they're so stupid. You can't leave them alone for a fucking minute. For a moment, he's just dumbfounded, and then he's trying to figure out which one of these he should shoot first. And he decides to go for the one that is technically could lash out and attack him. My question is Rain within, like, even on a diagonal, Rain would be in melee combat with that thing, right?
Correct.
I'm gonna roll some sneak attack then. That's awesome. So, that's if I hit. Let's find out. 18 on that bad boy.
Hits.
Fabulous. Gonna hit that bad boy for 12.
You finish it. And this is a sneak attack with your short bow, correct?
That's right.
You sneak up on this low intelligence thing that you can barely tell which end is the front, but you see it getting ready to swipe a pseudopod at Rain and line yourself up on the other side of it and elegantly pin this thing to the ground with a well-placed arrow. It melts into nothingness, dumping foulness into the Mineral Springs Creek. It remains your turn, Sporgle.
As this proceeds, Rain cannot help but admit deep in their heart, they're really starting to like this little goblin.
Do you think it's possible with my movement that I could hop up on top of the mouth of the cave?
I think Sporgle can. Yes, I think that is. I think that is
All right.
well within your ledger domain.
Yeah, being low to the ground, he prefers to climb up high as much as possible for that bit of advantage.
You can scramble. You're used to it.
Indeed. All right, I will end my turn there.
You do so. Ran Lochlaren with a 4. Seeing during this last turn Noe take these opportunity attacks, he is filled with vengeful rage. And for the first time since you have seen him today, he drops the act and charges at 9. He has his sword and aggressively attacks this ochre jelly that has just been set on fire by Yosan. One moment. He bashes with the shield and misses. He is not proficient and is using this as an improvised weapon. He ends his turn. Noe with a 2, freshly conscious, being brought back into the sunlight.
My view is on the other map, so I think
Oh,
she's
I am
a little
s-
disoriented at the moment.
Is your view on the other map? Let's see.
We're on the outside map on my screen, so maybe just reload.
I see it. Yes, you should be on the outside map.
Okay, I'll reload.
Okay. In the interim, you come back into consciousness, looking up at Kaysen, who has recently brought you back from the brink. This acid still clings to your skin. When you take a breath in, you can smell this sense of you burning. Your flesh being tainted by acid.
I think she has this opportunity to sort of take a look around. Aside from these jellies, is there anything going on?
Not to beg the question, Miss St. Cyr, but do you see something, or are you looking for something? Did you see something?
I might see something to the west.
Then you saw it. Yes. Yes, you. It seems like you see something, don't you?
Are these
Something above the trees, something soaring up there.
Yes, are they looking for something like the griffin
They are
the other day?
they are studying you.
Oof. Oof.
You can see them moving in lazy circles. The griffins are economically maintaining their energy as if suddenly they will need it soon. Practical predators.
There are elves now here with us, so we may need to reconvene back in the cave as soon as we're done cleaning up here.
As soon as
And
you say elves, Casey's head just like fucking rolls over in that direction.
she'll touch Kaysen very lightly on the shoulder as she steps around him, to come to Ren's other side and start smacking at number 9. How is Josan also looking?
He looks okay.
Okay.
He is mildly injured. He has been splashed with acid when he lost the concentration on your haste. Make a passive perception check. No way.
Okay, Trieste is here. So I don't roll
You
for passive perception.
That's yeah. I'm sorry. I meant an active perception check. However, this related to Trieste, and you notice yes. So you notice that he is flattened down into that bush. He is over
Oh,
there. He looks like he is worried. He looks like he is not going to move.
and is he looking at the jellies?
He is looking up into the sky.
Okay, that's a 19 on die, so 23. What is Trieste worried about?
The griffins being eaten, being swept away, like a hawk might do. And it remains your turn.
We need to retreat. do what you can, but you need to be moving towards the cave, she says. And I think she's gonna go scoop up Trieste.
Is the mouth of the cave roughly larger or smaller than a griffin?
It's hard to imagine a griffin being able to wedge its way in there. Maybe it could wriggle in, but with your experience of what you've seen a war griffin do, Kason, you can't imagine one doing something like that. It would be very out of character, even if it could fit. You scoop up Trieste.
Yes, is that a bonus action?
I think it's part of your movement.
Okay, she scoops up Trieste and then turns to smack this jelly across from Josan.
6 with reach.
Yes. 21.
21 hits.
7 bludgeoning and then 2 radiant.
You reduce 6 to nothingness with the radiant damage. It sizzles into thin air, leaving a blackish residue behind that sticks to the grass. It remains your turn.
These elves are looking to intercept us, so we need to be moving. And she doesn't have any movement left, so after this impassioned speech to the party, she'll end her turn.
You do so. The jellies with a -1. They both lash out at the nearest thing for 1, that is Josan St. Cyr. It attacks with its pseudopod and misses. For number 9, that is Ran Lochlaren. It attacks with its pseudopod, lashing out, and misses with a 13. At the top of the order, Tilda with an 18. Having just seen the one in front of you be smashed via sensor.
No way, there's another one in the cave.
Another griffin?
What are you talking about, Griffin?
There's griffins circling overhead.
What? I will
That's
look
what I'm
into the
telling
air.
you.
Looking into the air, you see it. Lazily circling up above is Erlen and another similarly armored and attired griffin. They can't be more than 50 feet up there. They're close. They clearly see you. Their griffins are nearly silent as they glide through the air.
I will charge up and try and take a running swing at number 1.
You do so, charging toward it.
Like a slap shot of sorts.
With your stick still, with your improvised stick?
With my stick, I'm realistically won't do anything. But I'm hoping, like, the idea is I'm putting more momentum behind
You
it.
believe in yourself. Yes, you're trying to put some force behind it. Go ahead, swing at it.
$23.
23 hits.
7 damage. It's a 4 on die.
You stick it into the ground. Your stick mashes into it. Little bits of ochre jelly, globs of acids fly up around it. Where it lands on your exposed skin, it hisses and burns, and you have to quickly rub it off.
This is gross. Adventuring's so gross. Let's get in the cave as soon as we can. If I moved away from 9, would it provoke an attack of opportunity?
It would.
Okay. I'll stay where I am.
Anything left with your turn, Tilda?
I think the answer is no.
Julienne, having a rare moment of solitude inside Mineral Springs Cave, having recently picked up 3 fresh samples of ochre jelly acid.
The thought occurs to her that she hasn't taken water samples yet, as she has looked at the water many, many, many times. So while she is still in this thought process, she will head slightly deeper into the cave, just to get past where the ochre jelly was and just gather samples of what looks to her clean water.
You move upstream, looking for untainted water, not downstream from the ochre jellies, and you find it. There is water here that seems incredibly pure, Julienne. It seems like pure spring water coming up out of Terrell. You capture as many vials as you would like. Perhaps, if I may, you take one large sample into a canteen, something that gives you a liter of water to sample and work with.
That works well.
It remains your turn.
I imagine it's going to take a moment to fill up this canteen, so I'll end my turn.
Kaysen, outside.
All right, I have a couple things going through my mind. I'm gonna look at Ran with this look that I'm about to do something a little bit insane. I'm just gonna say, Ran, I can heal you right now if we're not gonna make it back to the cave, but I might have an idea for at least one of the griffins. Will you make it if I hold off?
He is currently holding up your shield over his head as he's about to bring it down onto the ochre jelly in front of him, the last one. He's trying again to use the shield you gave him as a weapon, and he looks over at you and says, yeah, I'm gonna make it.
All right. So from what I saw when we were in the tavern, when Erlen was sitting on his griffin, was he just sitting on the saddle, like holding on with his legs, or was he in any way secured with some kind of restraint system?
There are reins that he can hold on to, but normally he is holding this via the friction of his legs and keeping his thighs around the saddle. There are reins, and he does hold on to them.
And then I'm trying to remember a comment from a previous session. Did we determine that the griffin understands Sylvan, most likely?
You didn't. Yes, you did infer that the griffin understands Sylvan because it is you understand. You would know this prior to the campaign that this is an intelligent creature that can be trained and thus responds to simple commands in Sylvan as a part of how it's used. Why is everyone smiling? Go ahead.
You're gonna hate me.
No, I'm not.
So, I have 30 feet of movement, and the griffin is exactly 90 feet away.
Okay.
Command has a range of 60 feet. I would like to move 30 feet. And in Sylvan, tell that bird to fucking roll. I want that bird to do a goddamn barrel roll.
Let's think about this. Make your movement. Let's start there. You make your movement. You channel the power of Lathander. You are here in the sun. The morning sun gazes down upon you, Kaysen, and you hope it does so favorably. You look up at this griffin, and you close your eyes and tell it in Sylvan to roll as hard as it can. Command is a wisdom saving throw. Is that correct?
Yes.
A wisdom saving throw. What is your spell DC? Would you like me to roll this on Roll20?
Hell yeah. It's 8 plus your proficiency modifier plus your casting modifier, which is charisma.
Probably 13.
Probably 13.
Sorry, I just had it. It's... Spell save DC?
That's correct.
11.
Okay. I'm rolling it in Roll20. He rolls a 1 on die.
Oh my god.
The griffin violently lurches Erlen has no chance to react. The last thing you see as you open your eyes is his callous expression. He looks down at you, and just for a moment you lock eyes before the griffin violently throws him hundreds of feet through the air. He is only 50 feet up, but this griffin rips and turns, and his body is thrown violently through the air. And I think right there I'd like to cut session.
God!
That's so
Payback's a
fucking
bitch.
good.
That one's for Noe.
Fell again!
Oh, why? Why? That's so bad.
I have to go. You guys are the best.